Good morning, everyone. My name is Kathy Kramer, and I'll be your host today. Welcome to the 17th annual Bringing Back the Natives Garden Tour. We're so happy that you can join us for the last day of this event. As people are getting settled, I'd like to begin by thanking the team that has made this event possible. First, my husband, Mike. Come on in, Mike.
Hi, folks.
You'll probably see him popping in and out of my screen throughout the day. I couldn't hold this tour without him. I'd be holding it with a pencil and paper. I'd like to introduce Jessica Dickinson Goodman. Good morning, Jessica.
Good morning.
So Jessica is a native plant gardener and Zoom expert extraordinaire, and she responded to my call for a Zoom Czarina, and we have worked together to plan out the technical aspects for this tour. We have really appreciated Jessica's expert and calm hand on the tiller as we have navigated the sometimes rough seas of this year's 4-day long event. We're very lucky to have you with us, Jessica. Thank you.
Well, I'm excited to get to hear from all the amazing presenters today. It's been a great 3 weeks, and I'm excited to see it end on a bang.
Thank you. If you should have technical issues with your audio, your video, you're trying to use the chat, if your chat box is in your way, then you can contact Jessica by direct messaging her through Zoom, or you can send a message through YouTube. If you can't figure out how to use the chat, you can also text or call her. So grab a pen if you don't have one handy. You can reach Jessica at 650-804-9044. And Jessica just posted her phone number in the chat. So it's now my pleasure to introduce past garden tour host and my friend Stephanie Preugel. Hello, Stephanie.
Hey, Kathy, how's it going?
Good, thank you. So it's been a pleasure working with Stephanie to plan this event, and thank you so much for all your help.
It's been great, Kathy. Thank you.
So my hats are off to the team of garden ambassadors who are staffing the YouTube and Zoom chat streams. We have had volunteers online just waiting to answer your questions every hour of this 4-day long event. They're waiting to hear from you. So we hope you'll email in your questions and provide your comments on the chat. Thank you to today's garden ambassadors. Sundong Kwang is on the Zoom line, and Stephanie and Jessica will be helping her. And thank you to Robin Mitchell, who has been on every hour of every day of this marathon event. So thank you very much, Robin. And I'd also like to thank our crack post-production team and native plant aficionados, Sabina Liu and Deb Stevenson. They are the people who will be putting the recording of today's event on the tour's YouTube channel, so it can be viewed later. Deb and Sabina have already put the last 3 days of the program up on the channel. So if you missed any of those presentations, you can watch them at your leisure. Subscribe to the YouTube channel to be notified when new videos are added. And special thanks are due to the hosts who are bravely showing their gardens today. They have worked hard to prepare their videos and PowerPoint presentations on their gardens. Many of them have spent a tremendous amount of time learning how to make a video just for you today and then polishing it. So I hope you'll join me in thanking them for the time they have put into making this day a success. After the event, I'll be emailing an evaluation of today's tour to you, and I hope you'll respond and let us know what you thought about today's presentations and what you'd like to hear more about in the future. All right, I think I'll share my screen now. I need some help.
Sure. You can just go
this. Yeah, okay. So I'd like to begin by thanking our major sponsors, the Alameda County Flood Control and Water Conservation District, the Contra Costa Clean Water Program, and the Contra Costa Water District, who have steadfastly funded this tour since its inception in 2005. And this event could not be held without them. So thank you so much, all 3 major sponsors. And many thanks also to our community sponsors, without whose help this tour could not be run. Today is the last day for this program, but coming up is our companion event, the Green Home Tour, which will run on June 6th and June 13 from 10 to 2. That's a different registration is required. You can register for that free virtual event at eastbaygreenhome.com. And this event will kick off with a tour of my home and my husband's home on Sunday, June 6th at 10 a.m. I hope you'll join us then. Today's theme is a potpourri of inspirational native plant gardens. You can follow along with the agenda on the tour's website. If you go there and look under agenda, scroll down a little bit, you'll get to today. You might want to follow along online because the speakers are linked to their garden pages on the tour's website. And on the garden tour pages, either now or later, you can see additional photographs of the gardens that are being featured and view or download each garden's plant list. This morning, we'll be visiting 4 private gardens. We'll also be hearing about how to use historical ecology and urban ecology to bring biodiversity back to our cities from Robin Grosinger from the San Francisco Estuary Institute. In the afternoon, we'll be visiting 3 private gardens and hearing another fabulous presentation created by Mei Chen on the Bridgeview Pollinator Garden. This one is called Life and Death on Milkweed. We'll also have a brief musical interlude from the Bindweed Sisters, who will be performing in Stephanie Pregel's San Leandro Garden. I'd like to ask if you can help support the tour. If you haven't yet had the chance to contribute, you can make a donation now by visiting the donations button on the tour's homepage at bringingbackthenatives.net, or you can go to the tour's GoFundMe page, or you can mail in a check. The tour's address is under Contact Us on the website. Before we begin with the garden visits, we'd love to hear from you. You can type your questions into the chat boxes on Zoom or YouTube, and we'll get to as many of your questions as we can today. Our garden ambassadors will be online to help answer questions and provide you with resources. We'll also be asking our speakers to stay on after their presentation to help answer any questions you may have. So with that, we'll go now, and we'll be visiting Al Kite's garden in Moraga and hearing about the presentation, The Dry Beauty at Summer's End. Al has an 8,000 square foot lot in Moraga. The gardens were formerly lawn, which Al began removing in the drought of the 1970s. Here's the before photo of the front lawn. And here is Al's front garden now. And here's a before photo of Al's back garden. And I'll show you a few. Here's the after photo of the back garden. And I'll show you a few more beautiful photos of Al's garden in Moraga. Al's garden has been on the tour for the last 14 years. He has a 25-foot long meandering stream with pools and riffles and a waterfall at the top. And Al has done a beautiful job of designing this garden. He designed it himself. This is the front garden. And he's got a lot of lovely manzanitas that are just beautiful throughout the year. They really are the workhorses of the garden. And with that, let's go now to meet with Al in Moraga. Good morning, Al.
Hi, Kathy.
How are
you today?
I'm good, thank you. And you?
I'm good as well, thank you.
Good. Well, welcome back to the program. I understand you'll be talking about the dry beauty at Summer's End today.
Yes.
So what months are these, Al?
What's that?
What months are these? What are we talking about now?
Okay, this is September and October. This is when we first started. This is the first one we did. And, you know, I got the inspiration from you to do these short 10 to 15 minute videos. So we had time for questions. And I thought that was great to include more interaction. So it was there was not much going on in the garden at the time we started. So this is where we started.
Okay, good. All right, so let's go now to watch the video.
Well, good morning to you. My name's Al Kite, and we're in our Moraga garden, which is just over the hill east of Oakland. And today is the first in a series of short videos that we're doing on dimensions of beauty in the California native plant garden. And of course, I guess that's my concepts of beauty. But today's topic is about the dry beauty at summer's end. And of course, we went through a hot, dry, smoky summer. But the summer's end, no matter what the weather, my attention shifts away from the plants a little bit and into things around the plants. And this kind of grows out of one of my basic principles that I follow, which is an old Japanese concept of you try to keep the spatial balance between the plants in your yard, the rocks in your yard, and the water or suggestion of water you have. So, because we can't always have the water. So how do we go about that? Well, as I say, my attention shifts from the plants to these other things. Let's start with the mulch that I select. I prefer in a mulch the look of a forest floor, which is many different colors, but the prevailing color tone is a dark brown. And so 50% of my material is usually a brown mulch chip. And into that I mix a black chip and kind of a reddish mulch chip, and then about half, or the rest of it is just leaves, small leaves in assorted colors, and mix that all together and put it on my plants. Now, what do I do for the pathways here? The pathways are about half pea gravel and half red lava chip, 5/16 inch. And also the adjacent brown chip mulch creeps down and has a way of working down. So that only adds to the naturalness of the pathway. So it's a brown, more reddish brown look than pea gravel itself. How about the rocks that I place around the pathway? Well, there's two words I like to keep in mind. One is embedded and the other is intermittent. When I first started putting plants in, the prevailing wisdom was to embed the rocks about a third. And first I didn't want to embed that much because I paid money for those. I want to see those rocks. But now I've gone the other way. I embed probably on the average half of my rock. Why is that? Well, I want to see the outside of a rock. I don't want to see it curving back under. I want to see it spreading like a much bigger rock and then the land. So I embed on the average about a half. Intermittent, that means the rocks aren't lined up one after another. You see where there might naturally be a rock outcropping, and you put a few rocks there, and then a little farther down, maybe you put a few more rocks. I think you can get the feeling of what I'm talking about by the photograph I have that I want to show next. Now, the other, one of the questions I get commonly is how do you build in the suggestion of water to your garden? Well, often it's the pathway that you use. And when you consider the pathway, the first thing I think about is the slope. How much slope is there? Most of my pathways are fairly level. How does water flow through level ground? Well, it tends to meander and swing back and forth, side to side. The main current hits the outside curve and erodes the side, and then it swings back the other way. The inside of the curve is, that's where rocks that are carried in the water are deposited to the bottom, so you get more of a gravel bar. The outside of the curve, you get big blunt rocks. But you start actually with the layout of your trail. If you're naturally alternating sides as soft curves in your pathway, you'll get kind of a natural look, almost like water to begin with. And those rocks, the placement of rocks only accentuate that. So let me show you here. It's the outside of the curve. You can see the line in the pathway. It really talks about where the main current would be flowing. Almost hits those rocks and starts swinging back. The inside of the curve is where the gravel bar is, and that's where the slow water is. So anyway, that starts to give the feeling of a dry stream bed. So your pathways often are doubling as a dry stream bed. How about if you have a little bit of slope, gradual slope to your pathway? Well, you kind of feel inclined to put in a little step once in a while to kind of make it easier to walk on. But you can do that naturally by taking advantage of another characteristic of flowing water. When water's coming down a slope, all of a sudden it starts changing speed. It goes from fast to slow, alternatingly. So you find a slow pool, for example. What happens at the tail out of that pool? It shallows down, the water speeds up, goes over a few rocks, and then gushes into another pool, slows down, goes through, and then speeds up again. So if you kind of, in your pathway, put in some natural areas like a tail out of pools once in a while, you can create that effect. And the next photograph kind of shows my rendition of that in one of my pathways. How about if you have a steep slope in your garden? Well, a lot of you have steep slopes. This is where you no longer have your pathway suggesting water, because it just doesn't work that way. What I want in the pathway on a steep slope is kind of a series of switchbacks, as if I'm going up a mountain pass. It gives me longer time to be in the slope, enjoying the plants, and an easier walk. But the water doesn't come down that way. The water gushes down, it pours down, it creates V-shaped channels and cuts into the bottom. So it cuts across your trails. In fact, some people that have water gardens creatively use that as a falls for their water garden. And as you go back and forth, you're constantly crossing running water, which is a beautiful effect. What other effects can I have with a stream bed? Suggestion of water. Well, some of you might have dry, desert-like water and desert plants. Well, you might try to create an effect of an arroyo. And arroyo is a little different because it's a little more trench-like. The water flow is created by a sudden gushing of water, as from a flash flood. And so you get kind of steep banks and then flat bottom with very small particles like sand being carried along. And so here's my version of an arroyo in my yard. Sometimes I like a pathway a suggestion of stream that crosses my pathway and disappears invitingly into the foliage. And here's a photograph of that going into some manzanita. I don't want to give the impression that we just use rocks to suggest water. And I'll give you 3 other quick uses out of many that you might have. One is what I call a specimen rock. We talk about specimen plants. Why not specimen rocks? Your largest rocks. So the next photograph is of a 500-pound rock that I have with some epilobium around it at summer's end. And earlier in the summer, I have different plants that will be blooming around it. So that's one effect. The second effect is a rock garden. Here you have a rock outcropping, and where you have little chips of the rock that presumably have fallen off to the ground, forming a different type of mulch. Instead of fir bark, it's a crushed rock mulch. And you put plants in that really want that environment, such as the Lewisii pictured in the next photograph. The last use of rocks I want to talk about today is the remnant wall. I first ran across remnant walls when I was at Botanic Garden down in Flagstaff, Arizona. I love to visit Botanic Gardens. And I was looking at these plants, and all of a sudden I saw what looked like a part of a building out of the past. And I thought, gee, that looks like an old adobe. I wonder what the history of that is. Well, I was hooked. It turns out that's what they want me to think. And so there's books on doing remnant walls and trying to create a look of the past. And of course, rocks make a wonderful textural contrast to the plants themselves. So anyway, these are some use of rocks. I don't want to ignore plants altogether today, although it's a time when we don't have a lot of bloom. I am still concerned with the beauty of plants. For example, the shape of the plant I want to look at, because we do some pruning this time of year. And the spatial relationships between plants. I really don't want to overcrowd my plants. And of course, the last thing is the relationship between plants. Part of the beauty in the plants is having them surrounded by plants you're likely to see with them in nature. And sometimes not just putting in one plant into a plant community, but putting in a colony of plants. So this next photograph is of a shot from the Manzanita chaparral that I have, with a little colony of knobcone pines growing through it. So anyway, I guess my main theme here today is that the dry beauty at summer's end is about building on the naturalness, building as much beauty in the naturalness surrounding the plants as you can. And there's also other features. It's a time of migrating birds through the garden, and I just hope that these have given you some ideas to work with. Thank you.
Thank you, Al. That was terrific.
Oh, thank you, Kathy.
So I have a question. If we start at the very beginning, so when you first started removing your lawn, how did you begin? Did you go a little bit at a time? And how did you decide what you were going to do?
Well, I started with the front, the Manzanita chaparral, because we had we had some slope in the lawn, and the hot afternoon sun just beat down on that lawn, and it was clay and heat and slope, and the water just ran off. And so I started by putting in Manzanitas, took out the lower part of the lawn, and then within a couple of years, I took out the upper part. A couple of years later, I took out the back lawn. So it was I did series in stages, and it got to a point where I just looked at the part of the garden that looked least beautiful to me, and I just worked on that, some major project on that. So I just did one at a time.
And how did you lay out your curves? Like, how did you decide where you were going to have curves in your path or your garden beds?
I think that the backyard was a good example of that, because I did that probably almost all at once and took out the whole lawn, which occupied almost all the yard. And I did it in the late summer, and I set up, brought in soil, set up mounds, and where I thought the water would want to flow. And then in the fall, when we did get some rain, I could see that the water didn't necessarily want to go the way I had set it up. So that gave me the opportunity to adjust my slopes and curves based on what the natural flow was going to be. Mm-hmm. So the drainage really defined it for me.
When we did our yard, we laid out our curbs with ropes and hoses and set them out and just looked at them. And my husband climbed up on the roof and took pictures, and then we put chalk lines on them so we could see them later on. And that helped us.
I did that sort of thing with our ponds. You probably did too.
We did.
Yeah.
So I'm curious about, do you prune your manzanitas? And if so, when do you prune them?
That's a good question. We make manzanita cider out of the berries, so I don't prune it right after the bloom. I wait for the berries, and then we prune it. Manzanitas, you have to be careful. If you over prune them, you'll kill them. And so I do some tip pruning, and of course I prune out the smaller dead stuff. And with manzanitas, as they grow a little taller, they get this kind of gray spidery looking growth underneath, which is just the dead branches, I guess. And so those have to be pruned out, prevent fires.
Do you prune in the fall or do you prune those little gray? Like I had a lot of those little gray things on my manzanitas anytime or just in the fall?
I tend to prune them just after the berries have bloomed in kind of late summer and fall. So it takes, I have enough manzanitas, it takes me probably well into the fall before we finish pruning them.
So I know that you've made manzanita cider with your grandchildren. Can you tell us how you do that?
Yeah, we all go out together and with little bags and we collect the berries and then we take them inside, put them in one kind of big freezer bag and have a masher, kind of mash them down. So we're just breaking the skin, but not mashing them real flat. We're just trying to allow the fluids to penetrate. And then I put them in hot water and kind of strain them back and forth between two kettles of very hot water, and just kind of a process there where gradually the color of the fluid becomes more reddish brown, I guess. And then what we tend to do is let it cool and for a couple of hours anyway, and then put it in the refrigerator and serve it. I like rhubarb by itself, so I like a really tart taste. And so I don't even add sugar to it, but my grandkids all do. And it's understandable because it does make the lips pucker a little bit.
Do you wait till the berries are dry and hard or are they still fresh when you pick
I
them?
like them to be fairly fresh. They can get too dry, I think. And so I try to look for berries that, have a nice fresh look to them.
I know last week Rick Flores gave a talk on native edibles for the home garden, and he called it bruising. He said you bruise the berries, you don't smash them.
Yeah, I think that's a good term. I heard that. That was good.
So someone asked, how did you move these rocks, like the 500-pound rock and just really all the rock you brought into your lot? I suspect it was just brute labor, but any tricks to getting those rocks up there?
Well, I was a little younger then, and which helped. And my heaviest rock was 1,000-pound rock, and I had two other people helping me, and that went in the backyard. So we used crowbars and just rolled them up our drainage area, and we put it in, and I pre-carved a embedded hole. And just shoved it in that, and I said, "Well, as long as I live, those aren't moving." And it hasn't moved yet. And the 500-pound rock, they were able to dump pretty much very close to where it is now. The other ones are smaller and didn't require as much effort.
I know we had a lot of stone moved up into our backyard, and the stonemason had a ladder, and the rungs were rollers, and they would put the rocks on these ladders which lay flat on the ground, and then they would roll them, and when they reached the end of a ladder they would put another ladder in front of that, and they would just roll it from prone ladder to prone ladder for a lot of the distance it had to go.
That's higher tech than anything I did.
Let's see. The remnant wall that you had it really is so evocative of another time. That was really a clever idea.
Yeah, there's just several books that I forget the names of them, but they're available, I think. And if somebody wanted names, I could look them up certainly and email them or whatever.
So someone asked, what was the terrain like when you got started? Did you have a slope that you mitigated with the stream bed, or how did you work with the levelness or unlevelness of your ground?
Well, the backyard was pretty flat, and that's a little higher ground than the front. And so there was a straight line drainage ditch going from the back to the front, the functional runoff. And I don't like straight lines particularly, so I meandered it into kind of a curving pathway and maintained the slope. But the front was a slope, and of course with the manzanita I was able to I created a lot of mounds building up the manzanitas so the roots would be well off the clay below. And I think that gave them a good head start. And it also helped level some of that. And I kind of terraced the plants individually as I put them in. And then later on, when they're established, I'll bring in more soil and kind of create whatever slope I really want for whatever my mind says is beautiful.
So your garden is not flat. Your garden, even though it started out really kind of on the flat side, is now like got some contours to it. Is that right?
It does. It's gently sloping, I would say, for the most part.
And you also built those mounds up, so you have kind of islands of plants.
I did, and I think I was just influenced a lot by spending so much time just walking through the Tilden Botanical Gardens that a stroll through concept of a garden seemed exactly what I wanted. And you know, the less concrete, the better. But close to the house, I think it's good to have some, especially with fire danger.
Yeah. So let's see. Kay Fetter said, Al is such a fabulous presenter. Was he ever a teacher? Do you want to tell us for a moment about your teaching experience, Al?
Things like I've been teaching forever. I started out as a high school teacher. In fact, I even taught in the military for a few years before that. And then after a couple of years teaching and coaching at Skyline High in Oakland, I was recruited away to be assistant baseball coach at University of California. And then kind of quit that after a couple of years to get a doctorate and and I just taught, did various things in physical education, teaching activities, teaching theory, doing research, administering, just a lot of, I was a generalist, I guess. And it seems like I've taught whatever I do, I end up teaching.
Well, we're lucky to have you teaching us now. So someone asked about your pond. Can you tell us a little bit about the pond and the stream?
Yeah, I retired in the year 2000, and I thought, well, I'd like to have a water feature. And I looked at all the water features I saw looked they didn't look natural to me. And my son and son-in-law got together and they said, you know, we can dig the hole for you. We can put in the plumbing, do all that. And all you have to do is kind of create the design for the falls. And I was more enamored with the stream, although the people that in the various books said, make your pond bigger than you think you need, because you'll always want it to be bigger. And I think that's generally true, but I was fascinated by the streams. I wanted to make the upper part with more elevation change to imitate a mountain stream that down cuts through the earth. And then the lower part more like a foothill stream that meanders. And that's where the birds love to get in those shallow riffles and bathe for the most part. And then the pond, I didn't want a square or rectangle. I wanted kind of an odd shape. And it goes about 2.5 feet deep. But you know, the great blue herons and raccoons have found a way to take fish out, so I've had to put a net over it at times.
I know Al has told me that he felt that he wished that his pond had been bigger, and Michael Filgen from Four Dimensions Landscape said the same thing. So when we were planning our plant, we put in a big pond. My husband said, that's too big, but I said, you know, we heard people said they wish it was bigger. So we did put in a big pond, and it's nice because it keeps the water cooler. It gives you more of a stasis to the system, right? You don't get that kind of heat or algae buildup then when you have more water in it.
Yeah, I bet you're happy with that bigger pond.
I am, and it's beautiful.
Yeah, great.
So we have a question here about how do you handle spent flowers at the end of the season? Do you deadhead?
Wow, I already spent a couple hours this morning deadheading poppies. I had a lot of poppies this year, and there's certain, in fact, I have so many poppies, I had to be selective and just deadhead the ones that are in my sight line, so to speak, my viewing angles. And some of the others I've had to kind of let go. And what I do sometimes is see if there's new growth, small growth, then I'll take out the plant, the part of it that was blooming earlier, that's leggier, and take that out and kind of and sometimes it'll bloom then again later. So some get deadheaded, some don't.
All right. Well, I want to thank you, Al, for that fabulous presentation as always. And Al has been continuing to make videos about the native garden throughout the season. So when we reconvene, perhaps next spring, then you'll be able to see more of Al's videos, or maybe before if we do kind of intermittent presentations. Al, I appreciate your taking the time to make these videos and be with us again today.
My pleasure, Kathy.
Would you be willing to go on to Zoom and answer any
I
questions
will.
there?
I'll go to the chat thing.
Robin, if you have any questions from YouTube, maybe you could send them over to Zoom and Al could respond. So these presentations are being recorded, and Al's talk will be put up on the tour's YouTube channel, along with the 2 other videos he has made for this year's tour. Subscribe to the YouTube channel if you would like to be notified when new videos are put up. And Al's plant list is on the tour's website, as are additional photos of Al's garden. You can find his garden page under View the 2021 Gardens, or by following along on today's agenda, which is on the tour's website under Agenda. So final thank you, Al, and it was a fantastic presentation. And now we'll have a word from our sponsor, the Contra Costa Water District. The Contra Costa Water District's Lawn to Garden rebate program provides rebates to qualified customers in Central and East Contra Costa County to replace their existing water-thirsty front lawns with native or other water-wise landscaping. The rebate is $1 per square foot, up to $1,000 for a single family residence, and up to $20,000 for commercial, homeowner associations, industrial, and institutional properties. The district also offers a fabulous landscape design assistance program to its customers. In this program, customers can receive a free 2-hour consultation from a professional landscape designer to help you explore ideas and make recommendations on the layout, plants, and other features that may work for your front yard. Visit ccwater.com to find out more. And I don't want to forget to say that Kelly Marshall, who designed the next garden you'll be seeing, is part of that landscape design assistance program. So I'd like to take this opportunity to acknowledge and say farewell to my longtime colleague and friend, Chris Dundon. Chris is the water use efficiency supervisor at the Contra Costa Water District, and he is retiring next month. Chris really walks the talk. Quite a few years ago, he sheet mulched his lawn and planted a native plant garden. And here he is on the Bringing Back the Natives Garden Tour, answering questions as a garden tour host. This is Chris's front garden. Chris and I have worked together for about 30 years. Chris's passion and commitment to his work made him emblematic of the best of our public servants. Many years ago, Chris told me, I want to feel when my career is over that I have made a difference. And I know that he has. I will miss Chris's willingness to think out of the box, his warm and friendly manner, and his approachableness. I will miss his expertise, sense of humor, encouragement, and the confidence he had in me and my work. The programs at the Contra Costa Water District that Chris has developed include this lawn rebate program and the landscape design assistance program. They have saved over 20 billion gallons of water and served as models for similar programs throughout the state. I want to wish Chris well in his retirement and to close by saying that I will miss him dearly. We'll go now to Dan and Lisa Wenkett's garden in Concord. And this is the before photo of the Wenkett's garden, a large corner lot. And here is an after photo. This was done shortly after, well, maybe a year or two, I guess, after it was replanted. And they have a stream in their front yard. And also, I understand now, one in the back as well. And here's another photo of the front garden. And this garden has been great for attracting wildlife. Here's a lupin with a native bee. Whoops. And so we'll go now to Dan, and looks like Kelly is there too in Concord. Hello.
Hello.
Good morning.
So let's see. So Kelly, you are part of the district's landscape design assistance program. Can you just give a quick summary of how that works?
You get 2 hours with a designer. There are maybe a dozen or 14 of us on the list that are familiar with the program and the requirements of the program. Will come out. I think we all do that 2 hour thing a little differently. Generally, we ask a lot of questions up front, and then some of us do some sketching right on site. Some of us just create plant lists, that sort of thing. So at the end of that 2 hours, you pay the designer $150, and then when you complete your rebate project, you get that $150 back from Contra Costa Water in addition to the $1 per square foot. So I think a lot of times people hold on the lawn because they don't know what else to do. And so hopefully spending a couple hours with a designer gives you an idea of the possibilities.
Okay. All right. So Dan, so we just launch right into your video and we'll have some questions afterward.
Sounds good.
Okay, good.
Hi, this is Kelly Marshall, and I am here with my client, Dan Wankett, and we are in Concord today at the Wankett Garden. Dan, say hello.
Hello.
All right, we're going to walk through and show you the Wankett Garden. Dan, do you want to give us a little history of the garden and what was here before?
Sure, and thank you, and thanks for taking interest in my garden here in Concord. Well, I guess I just try and make it real brief. I mean, I bought the house about 17 years ago, and what you see here in front looked quite different. We had up at the top of the steps, top of the path here was a very large, about a 3-foot diameter eucalyptus tree. Dead set in the middle of this yard was a big date palm. Up sort of the upper slope here was filled with juniper and a couple of pine trees, and then everything else was a whole lot of white rock. That was sort of what I started with when we bought the house, and I really wasn't in love with the landscaping, but I really didn't know what I want. So frankly, I spent 10 years slowly removing and clear cutting and figuring out what I want to do with the yard. So what you see here, everything was planted as part of Kelly's plan 5 years ago. We built this in 2016. The only plant remaining before I bought the house was the redwood tree right over here, and 17 years ago it was about 5 foot tall. So you know, just to give a little more background to how I started, you know, with the garden you see here now. About 6 years ago, I was looking at this blank slate of a yard, wondering, now what do I do? And my original plan was a lawn with maybe a little planter areas. We were in the middle of a drought, and it just didn't seem to make sense to me. And so I had my buddy Chris Dundon with Contra Costa Water District over, and we were sipping a beer, and I said, Chris, what do I do? And he said, call Kelly Marshall, and that's what led me to the garden I've got here now.
Okay. And what drew you to having a native garden? And let's walk through and maybe look at some of these plants as we do. Down here in front, we've got sulfur buckwheat, and right behind it blooming are a couple of our foothill penstemons. So Dan, tell us why you chose natives.
Sure. Well, I was really looking for, in general, a fairly natural, woody, meadowy type of garden that was user-friendly, I would say, and also that would be attractive to wildlife. I had an interest in native plants. I wasn't necessarily focused on native plants, but certainly as I started talking to Kelly about, you know, what it is we wanted to plant here, it just pulled me more and more to make sense to go heavy on the natives, both in it being adaptable to the climate as well as more attractive to the native wildlife that we have around here, birds, amphibians, reptiles, and mammals.
And tell us what kinds of wildlife you've seen in this garden.
Sure, it's been interesting. You know, in terms of mammals, I've got coyotes, fox, quite often skunks, raccoons, squirrels, obviously. A lot of alligator lizards, western fence lizards, no rattlesnakes yet, but we've got just the other day back in the corner over here, a nice size gopher snake, and a lot of birds. We've got a lot of songbirds. Cedar waxwings like to come down to the water. I've seen hawks out here. Sharp-shinned hawk used to like to sit on the rock right here and take a little bath and probably look for something to eat. A lot of different, songbirds come through here. And the insects, what surprised me the most was how much I've enjoyed the insects that have come through. The butterflies, a lot of bumblebees, and interestingly, had never seen it before, a hummingbird moth. Started seeing them a couple of years ago, and we see them in the garden occasionally.
Tell me, wait, don't forget to tell us about your motion detector camera.
Oh, and back on the post over here, I have a trail camera that we use to capture the wildlife, particularly in the evening, that like to visit the stream and the pond here. And it's interesting. Every couple of months, I pull the film out of there and take a look at what's been visiting the garden. And that's where I see the foxes, and I see coyotes and turkeys, and the neighborhood cat certainly likes to come through here also.
That's very cool.
The other thing, I guess I'll say one of the things that was one of the more enjoyable parts of the garden was working with Kelly on what was what we were looking for, what was the criteria for the garden. And certainly we wanted a woodsy theme. I wanted a garden that transitioned seasonally, and I think we captured that here. And the wildlife friendly aspect of it was really important for us. A critical criteria that I gave Kelly was my intention to bring timber wolves back into Contra Costa County. And I'd like to say that when we started building the garden, there were no timber wolves in California. There's now 2 wolf packs, I believe, and just recently one came as close to about 50 miles from the Bay Area. So I think I've been successful.
Excellent. Tell me, what are some of your favorite plants in the garden?
I gotta say, this is like saying what's your favorite child. But first off, I just like the meld of plants. When Kelly briefed me on that question, I had to think about it a little bit. I like the way everything intermixes. So there is just a real strong appreciation. If I were to pick out a couple of them, I absolutely love the manzanita. I've always enjoyed manzanita, but seeing it in the garden, we've got several different. I think I've got 5 in here right now. It's just a beautiful year around. The blossoms, the structure, the color, I think really provides a foundation for the garden. I love the woolly blue curl. Had never even heard of a woolly blue curl before Kelly proposed it from our garden. The penstemon are really great. And then I guess I appreciate the plants that have really shown an affinity for the garden. You can see a lot of the plants that are really prolific here. Unfortunately, the blue-eyed grass and the flax are sort of getting towards the tail end of their blossoming, but they've been very prolific self-seeding. The grasses I've got here have been, over the last couple of years, they were slow to develop, but they've really started to fill in the meadow. And really interestingly, we didn't plant any lupine, but the first year our garden was planted, 2 volunteer lupines showed up, and over the years, I'd get a few per year, and we just had a bumper crop, over 100 lupine. They're all spent now, but I had over 100 lupine blossoming, mostly up in the corner that Kelly's pointing to right now. So those are sort of some of my favorites, but I like all my kids.
So besides the lupin showing up in such mass amounts, what are some surprises that have surprised you as this garden has grown and developed?
I guess, like I said, the plants that have really shown an affinity, like I said, the blue-eyed grass, the lupin, the flax. But some of the plants that haven't liked my garden so much have been a little bit, that's sort of a surprise. I don't take it too personal, but I really like the buckwheat. And certainly the sulfur buckwheat out front has done great, but we've struggled a bit with some of the other buckwheats. And I guess one of my lessons was every garden is sort of unique, and the plants are unique, and some work well and some don't. The other thing I'd say that I was pleasantly surprised is the durability of the garden. I think we've got a pretty dense planting, but it really shows well even when grandkids and dogs go trouncing through the woods, as my grandkids like to say.
Tell us a little bit about how the garden gets watered. That's always a question we get in person on the tour. What do you want to tell us?
Yeah, I guess I'll say I haven't solved that. We went with sort of I guess I'd call it the standard or the traditional drip irrigation system when we installed the garden. In hindsight, I would have done it a little bit differently. You know, with the point system irrigation, I think I don't get a good distribution of water throughout the garden. You know, something like a Netafim probably would have worked a little bit better. We struggled a bit with differing needs of the garden. The fact we had some, some distance spaced plants as well as the meadowy close distance plants. So right now I'm in a bit of a transition mode, frankly, on how I want to water it going forward. And that's something that I'm talking to Kelly and others about, how we transition it to a longer term sustainable garden.
Okay. And tell us about the maintenance that's involved.
Oh, good question. Yeah, that was another criteria that Kelly asked when we were planning the garden is, do I like to come out in the garden and noodle? So do we want to build something that requires, you know, a lot of gardening out there? And I told her, frankly, not. I like building, but I don't like the maintenance side of things as much. And so, you know, I likened it to, you know, if I had a lawn here, I'd have to come out here and mow half an hour every week. And so I don't want to do any more than that. And really what I have now is I don't do a lot. But occasionally we'll come out and we'll spend a few hours pruning and trimming, weeding, although, you know, with the mulch and the denser plants, the weeding is a little less every year. And so I probably spend, a few hours, 4 or 5 times a year weeding around the garden. Occasionally we'll come out and we'll do a little heavier pruning, but I would call it a relatively light maintenance garden right now that I have.
Okay. All right. Shall we walk up and show Stonehenge, and then I think there might be something in the back that
Yes.
you want to show us?
Yes. So my wife is a fan of a book called Outlander, and in Outlander there is standing stones, and here we've got a little standing stone garden outside our kitchen here. This part of the yard definitely picks up a lot through the summer. The grasses and the fuchsia and the lantana really start picking up this time of year. So this tends to look very, very lush, from this time through the summer into fall, and it looks a little haggard during the winter, but it's starting to pick up some.
All right. Well, winter's not. It's okay to be a little quieter in the winter, right? The Manzanitas give us a big show in the winter.
Absolutely.
Okay, and is there anything that you might want to show us in the back?
Well, we've got a little sneak preview for perhaps garden tours of the future. We've gone to a next phase of work, which is landscaping the backyard here. This was something that
Yay!
when I bought the house, we'd be standing in the middle of English ivy with a lot of white rocks and a couple of pine trees and a big carob tree. And you can see now we've created another, I call it the lower stream, with more plantings, and we're really looking forward to relaxing in our backyard to this garden that's coming through here.
No camping reservations required.
Not at all, and I get to hear a stream all night long from my bedroom.
That's so fantastic. And as you can see, this garden is just finishing up being installed. We don't even have the bark down yet. We just got the last of the plants in today. And this is the lower stream, which hopefully we will all get to see next year in person. All right. Anything else you want to tell us about the garden, Dan?
No, but if there's any questions, I think Kelly and I will be here to field your questions after you watch the video. So again, really appreciate you spending a little time with our garden.
All right. Thanks everybody for joining us in Concord.
All right, well, that was terrific. Thank you so much, you guys. You could go into video making if you choose to change careers in the future.
Infomercials.
We're starting to market ourselves in infomercial land.
Okay. So we had a few questions here. So Deanne, can you tell us about your pond and bog plants?
About the plants?
Your pond and bog plants.
So we've got in the bog, actually, I don't know if you can see it behind me. The one in the front, I have monkey flower. I forget which kind of.
Seep monkey flower, SEEP.
And I think we put one small plant in. There may have been a pruning from yours, Kelly.
Yeah.
And I would call it very prolific. I love it, but it takes a lot. I mean, it starts to take over, and after it's done blossoming, I tend to prune it back pretty heavy and keep it in the areas that I want to, and it sort of rotates through the garden pretty nicely. And I forget the other plant is in a bucket, that grassy one.
I think that's a chorus, sweet flag. That's a non-native. I think the installer put that in.
And that the intention of that was to cover the platform where the pump, the recirculating pump sits.
I have a few aquatic plants in my pond. I have Scirpus, which is a bulrush. That's a tall one. And the aquatic monkey flower that Dan also has, the yellow flowering one. And I have a very nice one called Burr Marigold, Biden's lavis, that blooms in the fall. That's beautiful. We had some questions about water use in your pond. Have you found your pond to be much of a water user? It's recirculating, right, Dan?
Right. No, I mean, the main water use that I've had is, we've got a lot of curves in the pond, so the water wants to escape. And so it's taken a bit of work, to plug leaks, where the water wants to get around the liner. So, once we got that set, I have it coming on. I top it off about 5 gallons every day. There's an automatic filler, and it overfills it a tad. So I would say I don't use much water. It's a little bit shadier on this in the front here, so there's not a lot of evaporation. The one in the back that we just built, that we showed at the end of the video, gets a little more sun, and I'm pretty confident it's not leaking. And there, I would say it probably through evaporation loses maybe 10 gallons a day, and I have that topping off every other day right now. It's not a lot, but there is some, particularly through evaporation.
Well, and wildlife need water. Like, we have very effectively eliminated, many, many, many water sources for wildlife. And Nancy Winninger from the Audubon Society said, one of the most important things we can do for wildlife is provide water in our gardens, a source of clean water. I know we have a pond in our yard, and I feel like we can serve in our house. And so I'm happy to provide water for wildlife in our backyard.
Yeah, and I'm still anticipating the first steelhead migration, but I'm patient.
Congratulations on the wolves.
We're getting closer.
You are indeed. So I know you saw a gray fox on your trail cam, right?
Yes.
That's exciting. I'm envious.
Yeah. It is pretty interesting. Every couple of months I pull the trail cam out and take a look at what's been navigating through the garden during the day and night.
Someone asked if you've had too much wildlife. Do raccoons dig, or do you have problems with the creatures that visit your garden?
None at all. I sort of one of the things that was important to me in the garden was to attract wildlife, and so I figured, I'm trying to attract wildlife, so I'll deal with the nuisance if it does become a nuisance. I mean, the only time I've really had any damage was really when the seep monkey flower really got overgrown in the bog. And some raccoons had a lot of fun playing in it. And my trail cam picked night after night these raccoons messing around in the bog. And I get up the next morning before I found the pictures on the trail cam, and the monkey flower destroyed in the pond. And I finally figured out it wasn't my grandson, it was a raccoon.
All right, I'm glad to hear that. So I'm curious about pruning. Your manzanitas are beautiful. I haven't seen your garden for a few years, but they've really grown up and they're beautiful. Can you talk about the maintenance of the manzanitas? When do you prune and when do you prune? So
I've pruned them once in the 5+ years we've been here. I think it was last year. I had a guy come out, and the guy Ron that built the pond out front, and he did a pruning just to give it a little bit more shape. But no, I've really left them alone for the most part.
So someone asked about your favorite grasses. I saw you had a number of different grasses in this garden. Could you talk about what you have?
Oh, favorite kids again. Well, so Kelly, help me here, Kelly.
Okay.
We've got.
We have.
I'm not a plant person. Thank God I've got Kelly, because I would have probably a lawn full of non-native grasses and and pampas grass in the front if I was left to design it.
No. We've got California fescue, more located around the bog. Under the, where it's really shady, we've got Calamagrostis foliosa. That's Mendocino reed grass. That's one of my favorites. It's longer lived in shade, although you can do it in sun out here. You just won't have it as long in the garden. It's really beautiful, no maintenance. And then we've got dune grass, and we also have, I think, Bouteloua gracilis mixed out there too, although it's a little later to be showy. So it's up, but it's not doing much yet in terms of a pretty bloom.
And then Muhlenbergia up top.
Yeah, we've got deer grass up above the bog as well. Deer grass.
Okay,
Yeah, I mean, the
somebody
grasses is something just to add on the grasses. I would say it took a few years for them to start figuring out my garden. But over the last couple of years, there's been a lot more natural propagation, and the last few years, it's getting to be a denser and denser look, and the grassy look, meadowy look that I was really looking for in the meadow area is really coming up.
Well, I have to say, I was so envious to hear that you had an unexpected lupin explosion.
Oh, it's been ridiculous. Yeah, I think I mentioned in the video, the year we planted, 2 volunteer lupins showed up in the top. In fact, Kelly noticed that they were growing and she said, "Hey, those are lupin, leave them alone." And because I would have picked them thinking they were weeds. And those 2 grew. The next year, there was a couple of more. Next year, a few more. Last year, I think I had 6. And this year I had over 100 growing up in the upper corner, but it was prolific. It was spectacular a month ago.
Yeah, it really was.
Oh, that's fantastic. Somebody asked about sources for water plants. So I want to say that if you go to the Garden Tours website and look under Find a Nursery, you'll find about 10 or so different native plant nurseries, most of them here in the East Bay, but some a little north and south as well, that you could look at for the water plants. You had mentioned how low maintenance your garden is. That's nice to hear.
Yeah, that was, I mean, I think I'm an engineer, so I mentioned the word criteria a lot in the video. But that was a big part of the initial conversations that Kelly and I had on, her really quizzing me and finding out what we want in our garden. And one of I thought it was an important question is, do you like going out in your garden on a regular basis and noodling around with it? And I said, well, not really. And so a lot of the design around the garden was such that I can leave it alone for a long period of time and it looks really good, but it also affords the opportunity to play in it when we want to. So, I mean, and I think I said in the video, I didn't want to spend any more time than I would if it was a big lawn and I had to mow it a half an hour every week. And that's sort of what it is. I don't have to do anything for many weeks at an end. And sometimes I'll come out and spend a few hours and clean things up.
So my own garden, which Kelly helped me with a long time ago, is about 12 years old now. So it's a mature garden and it's now densely planted. And we moved out of our house for 10 months when we were remodeling. And I am just amazed that when we moved back in, the garden looks great. It had no water at all for a year, no weeding, no pruning, no deadheading, no nothing. And you have a little bit of weeds around the edge and, I could go in there and do a little pruning, but new gardens, of course, need tending and maintenance. But now that my garden is established, it was just amazing, I think, how it held up after a full year of having nothing done to it. I can't think of another garden that I would see around my neighborhood that could be left untended for a year and still really look good.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Well, it's about time for us to move on. So I want to ask if you might be able to join us on Zoom or YouTube and answer any questions that people might have for you.
Sure.
All right. So Dan, it's nice to see that you had your back garden done. I know I've been hearing about that for a while.
Oh, it's looking good. Looking really good. We're excited.
The front looks great too. I haven't seen your front garden for some years now, maybe 4 or so years, and it looks fantastic.
Awesome. Thank you.
So I want to say that if you're interested in having Kelly do a garden design for you, you can reach her on the tour's website under Find a Designer. She's Kelly Marshall Garden Design, or you can go to the Contra Costa Water District's website, their lawn to rebate program area, if you're in their service area, and you can have Kelly come out and design your garden. So thank you so much, you two.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks for
Enjoy the
having
day,
us.
everybody.
Okay. So now we're going to have a word from the Watershed Nursery. We just saw a lot of conversation about them in the chat. The Watershed Nursery is located in Point Richmond. Owners Laura Hansen and Diana Benner and their team grow hundreds of species of California native plants. They are open Tuesday through Sunday from 10 to 4. You can shop in person in their large outdoor nursery, or you can place an order for curbside pickup. You can reach them at thewatershednursery.com, and online you can see their plant availability list if you want to see what they carry. And this is just such an adorable photo of the nursery. I always enjoy seeing their charming signage when I go there. So before we go now on to our next presentation, I want to say that if you have questions, you can type them into the chat box on Zoom or YouTube, and we'll get to as many of your questions as we can today. And we'll be asking the presenters to stick around if they can to answer questions for you after their presentation is done. So now we'll be visiting Susan Friedman's garden in San Ramon, and she'll be talking about native plant garden design. This is the before photo of Susan's garden, and here is the after. Susan is a native plant garden designer and the owner of Susan Friedman Landscape Architecture. If you're interested in having Susan and her team design your new garden, you will find her contact information under Find a Designer on the tour's website. And Susan will be talking today about how she designed her own garden. So let's go now to Susan. Hi, Susan.
Hi, Kathy. Hello, everybody.
How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Good. So when did you redesign your garden?
I think it was about 5 years ago when I did the big project. I had been puttering with some things after I first moved in. Took out the junipers and, the things that I just didn't like, put in some Arctostaphylos and my Arbutus marina. But about 5 years ago, I undertook a big renovation project.
Well, let's go now and see how Susan designed her garden.
Hello, I'm Susan Friedman, landscape architect, and I'm happy to be sharing my front yard garden with you. In this video, I will be focusing on the design process of how to create an outdoor space. My goal is to help you learn about how to approach the landscape design process. You'll get to see before pictures, during construction, and finished project photos of my front yard garden. You'll also get to see my design plan sketch, my plant list, and a few plant images, along with some fun live videos of garden elements. I hope you enjoy this virtual tour. In the beginning, as a lifelong lover of nature and the environment, sustainability has always been a core value of mine. With a 30-plus year career in landscape architecture, I've run my own design business since moving from Chicago to the Bay Area in 1992. Since college, I've always been interested in native plants. So years ago, I studied California native plants. I have a connection to plants that naturally are adapted to wherever we live, plants that use less water in the garden, and plants that are naturally wildlife friendly. I joined the California Native Plant Society to further my knowledge of native plants, then happily discovered BBTN. Having incorporated the principles of native gardens into many projects for our clients, several which have been showcased on past BBTN tours, it was finally time to design my own native garden in my San Ramon front yard. As a landscape architect, designing my own garden was more challenging than I thought. I simply had too many ideas to settle into one direction. My design objectives were to create a unique, fun, colorful front yard filled with surprises, to create a garden alive with nature's activity from insects, bees, butterflies, songbirds, and lizards was another key element. Finally, to create an authentic California native garden requiring no artificial irrigation. After several iterations, my design direction was coming to life. All successful gardens start with good bones. It is the structure and layout of the garden that holds a space together, brings functionality and timelessness. Understanding how you want your garden to function is a key principle in landscape design and requires forethought. For me, a prominent front entrance that is aesthetically interesting was important. The elevation change from my entry walkway to my front door had to be proportional to the size of the architecture and easy to navigate. I enlarged the existing landing, allowing ample room for guests, along with space for personal welcoming touches, such as Corten steel planters filled with succulents. A few steps down, I created a secondary large landing area, along with a seating wall for guests to gather and chat, and a good place to decorate for holidays. Incorporation of a seasonal stream was also an important feature. The watershed approach to design is a sustainable design principle, allowing rainwater from the roof directed through downspouts and underground pipes that flow into the natural shaped stream bed. The rainwaters that drain into the stream bed then slowly seep into the ground below, adding additional moisture back to the ground, while at the same time reducing the impact on the municipal stormwater system. The overflow water from the stream bed eventually enters the stormwater system, yet at a reduced volume and slower pace. This slow release of water helps the adjacent creeks from raging too quickly with stormwaters that can often erode and damage stream banks and channels when waters rise and fall too quickly. The seasonal stream bed also acts as a natural filter, cleaning out inorganic chemicals that could also be detrimental to the adjacent riparian environment. Another point of interest, at one end of the dry stream bed sits a recirculating boulder fountain that allows birds to play and bathe and sip the water. The boulder fountain creates a soothing sound as well as an illusion of water flowing into the stream bed even during the summer. The exterior entrance to a home is like entering the interior foyer of the home. It's the first impression people get when they come over to see you. For my design, I wanted to balance the inherent organic garden layout with something more architectural for the hardscape layout. The shapes were a result of getting the right proportions, gaining access along the driveway, as well as access to the front door. I also added natural flagstone garden paths to the side gate and water spigot. The design of strong geometry and floating pavers for the entry added a fun juxtaposition between architecture and garden. For paving materials, I love the rustic style of the Loon Lake stone veneer I chose to face the front walls of the house that I also carried into the step risers for visual cohesion. For the flat paving, I fell in love with a material called violet bluestone that came in all of the sizes and patterns I envisioned. I chose 2-inch thick pieces for wall caps and step treads, a random layout pattern for the large floating paved areas, and a smaller square tile pattern for the main landing. The seat wall was finished with textured stucco painted to blend with the house color. Now that the bones of the design were determined, plant selection was next. Narrowing the plant palette can be a daunting task to most. Things to consider are exposure to sun, shade, moisture and drainage pattern, plant height and function, deciduous versus evergreen, flower, leaf color, type and bloom sequence, plant texture, pollinator attracting, and wildlife habitat. I came up with various categories for my garden: seasonal, dry, wet stream bed, plants for height and screening, lower height and understory plants, accent plants, shade tolerant, and sun tolerant plants. All plants selected would require no water once established, with only a periodic hose shower during the hottest summer days. Adding a protective layer over the newly planted soil is important and also comes with many choices. Mulch protects the soil from erosion, it helps soil retain moisture, and helps keep the weeds down just a bit. As mulch decomposes, it adds nutrients and microorganisms to the soil structure, which is a key to healthy plant growth. Mulch choices fall into two categories: bark, organic types, and rock types. There are many types of barks and many types of gravels to choose from. As a designer, since I like to experiment, part of my garden is covered with medium-sized redwood bark chips, and part of the garden is covered with gold-fine gravels. The two areas are separated in grade with a 12-inch high moss rock boulder wall. No matter what type of mulch is used, it does need to be replenished every few years. Lighting is the icing on the cake for most of my projects. Low voltage LED lighting allows ambience and visibility to navigate the garden at night, as well as extending the usability well into the evening. When viewing the garden through your windows, lighting creates its own framed portrait of your yard. Lighting in my garden includes highlighting the beautiful branch structure of my Arbutus marina, step lights for safety, wall lights for my entry seat wall, and a handful of area lights to bring up plant details and eliminate dark holes in the garden at night. When it comes to maintenance, how much maintenance is needed is a difficult question to answer. One of the biggest myths people believe is that a native garden is low or no maintenance, and that nature will just take care of itself. If you live in a typical suburban neighborhood like I do, maintenance is an important consideration. Many of our beautiful native plants like to spread themselves around naturally through seed distribution, underground runners, and simply size growth. If you are one that loves to play in the garden for hours at a time, then maintenance is a fun aspect of having a native garden. After all, what better way to get to know all of your plants and pollinator friends who visit and live in your garden? Native gardens will need more weeding time than anything. Seasonal cutting back and deadheading, minor pruning, and occasional reorganizing or replacing a few plants are must-do garden tasks. On the plus side, without a lawn, there is no need for weekly mowing, watering, fertilizer, pesticides, and herbicides. In conclusion, without a doubt, late winter and early spring are the most glorious bloom times in the garden, also filled with fragrance and pollinators galore. Native gardens show their strength as they endure the hot and long summer days, seemingly unfazed by the weather. Transitioning to fall, some deciduous leaf drop and beautiful seed heads emerge that readies the plants for the quiet period of late fall and winter. Then happily, root zones are replenished with winter rains that kickstart the cycle all over again in late winter and early spring. I love my native garden and the changing personalities throughout the year, season, and years. Native gardening puts me back in touch with nature, physically and spiritually. I notice exciting things every day of the year that are different than the day before and different than the year before. I'm grateful to the devotion of the BBTN garden community for showcasing native gardens and teaching us how to make our own native gardens, both large and small.
Well, Susan, that was terrific. Thank you so much. So
You're
I want
welcome.
to say that Susan, if you go to the Find a Designer section of the Garden Tours website, you'll find Susan Friedman Landscape Architecture. And under each designer's contact information are links to the gardens they have designed. So Susan has designed 3 other gardens in San Ramon that were just spectacular. We had them on the tour, all of them a few years ago, and they were just so lovely. I also want to say for people who had questions about the plant list, if you go to Susan's garden, if you go to the agenda for today, you can find a link to Susan's garden with her plant list and additional photos. And you can also find that by looking under the 2021 gardens. So your garden looks great, Susan. It's really matured since I saw it a few years ago.
Thank you, Kathy. Yeah, I'm really happy with how it's really grown up, and really, I haven't, last year I didn't do much on my garden, and it just seemed to like the lack of care. And it's just exploded. It's really fun to see that.
We had a question about water. So your garden is 5 years old. You're in hot San Ramon with a hot summer. So what do you do for watering?
Yeah, actually, I chose to not put in any artificial irrigation system in my front yard. It was an experiment, and I actually just hose water my plants. When they went in the ground, we did deep soaks on each individual plant, watered them by hand as they got established. The first year really had to pay closer attention to the watering, but I literally almost never watered the garden. Only in the really hot summer when things look just a little off, and I just feel like I want to get in the garden and give them a little bit of a sip of water. So yeah, there's no artificial irrigation. Now for our projects, we do put in mostly inline drip system. It's like the Netafim system with the brown pipe. That gives people flexibility to, control their system, especially if they're not available to go out and hose water, or as they put in new plants that need additional water, you will need to get out there with a hose and give it a little bit of an extra drink.
When we had our garden installed many years ago, we put in Netafim. It's net, like I'm throwing a net, N-E-T, Netafim. And we watered for the first couple of years, and then we just tapered off, and now we don't water at all. But during the drought a couple of years ago, in the third year, I did water once in July and once in August. It just seemed the humane thing to do. But otherwise, my garden is not watered at all these days, and it really looks great.
Yeah, and you save a lot of money by not installing an automatic irrigation system if you're willing to do the work and get out there in the garden.
So let me see, I'm wondering, through your business, do you do just consultations, or do you just go and do full designs? How do you work?
Mostly we do full designs. We do occasionally we'll do consultations. Really, it's a function of the time that we have for our staff to do the work of our designs. But we do, we do consultations every now and then.
Okay.
Right now, everything is on Zoom, but we're starting to get out there on site a little bit more often.
Yeah, thank goodness, huh?
Yes.
So I saw that initially you had planted pretty sparsely in your newly planted pictures, but the garden really filled in. Would you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, when we were studying which plant to put in the different locations, we really considered the mature size of each plant. And also the location, the sunshade pattern, as I mentioned in the video, the drainage pattern and things like that. So each one of those plants were 1 gallon containers. And I knew ultimately that they were going to grow and fill in together. Probably the biggest surprise is the plants that reseed themselves, like obviously poppies, blue-eyed grass. I really didn't realize how quickly they spread. This year, the whole creek bed has been aligned with the blue-eyed grass, which is so pretty when they're all blooming. And then the yarrow has really formed a blanket of just mat of, complete filled in yarrow. So when that's blooming, it has a beautiful effect. So I'm really surprised by that.
So you have a recirculating fountain that's like a smaller piece that's like at the top of your dry stream bed. Is that correct? And they're separate. Would you talk a little bit about that?
The recirculating boulder has a basin that it sits on. And so the basin has a mesh, like a mat on the top of it. And there's decorative rock that covers the basin. You don't see it at all. And so it integrates really nicely into the natural rocks of the dry stream bed. I turn it on with a switch. Even when it's off, there's a beautiful boulder. So I can control when it's on or off. And I also fill that with a hose. I don't have an automatic refill. on my Boulder fountain, but that is available for people if they wanted to do an auto refill valve. Mhm.
So that allows you to have the sound of water flowing all day long when you're using just a little bit of water, and your dry stream bed, it really functions in the rain. Is that correct? So to capture the rainwater and keep it on site?
Exactly. Yeah. It's the function is I have it tied into 2 downspouts, as well as in the video, there was a Corten planter on my front porch landing, and it drains, the pipes drain also into the dry stream bed.
Nice. So that was a beautiful red bud you had a photo of.
Thank you. That I actually planted, I think about 3 years ago. And I love red buds. It's definitely on my favorite tree list. That and Arbutus marina is another big favorite of mine. I love the red bud when it's in bloom, and I love the heart-shaped leaf that comes out after they're done blooming, as well as they have a beautiful branching structure. So it's a great, great plant.
Can you talk about some of the other large structural plants that you tend to use in your designs?
Well, one of my newer favorites these days is the Dr. Hurd manzanita. I love manzanita. Dr. Hurd actually can get quite large, as I'm finding out in the location that I planted mine a few years back. But I love kind of the rounded silvery green leaves, and then the beautiful color of the branching structure. It's just the perfect plant, and it requires virtually no water. I've had Dr. Hurd planted on sites where they get too much water, and they don't like it at all. So that's a structural plant that I love. I also have a little Garia that's kind of hidden in the garden. Garia are very slow growing, but they're very interesting plants. They have those little, droopy panicles of flowers. And, they're just kind of, underappreciated little plants. I put that in the location with a deer grass right next to it. So I love how the textures kind of play against each other, because Garia has like a thicker leaf and a bolder leaf pattern. And then the deer grass is a very fine textured plant sitting right next to it. So I really love that. Another plant that I'm very surprised at how large it got was my Verbena lilacina de lamina, with that sweet fragrance of it. I planted a 1 gallon container plant. Again, it was probably maybe 3 years ago, because that was the second phase of my garden in the front. And it is one plant alone. It's at least a 3 foot wide by 3 foot tall shrub, no water. It just does its thing beautifully. I love that plant so much.
And they're long bloomers, aren't they?
They really are.
Mhm.
That was also a really great surprise. They bloom well into the summer, and the fragrance is kind of surprising. You don't know where it's coming from in the garden, and then you go up to the verbena, and it's just a really sweet, subtle, not overpowering fragrance. It's just lovely.
So the Garia we were talking about is called Coast Silk Tassel, is the common name, and you can find Susan's plant list on the website on her garden tour page. So you listed a lot of factors that you considered in the design of your garden, and also the proportionality between the hardscape areas. I thought that was really interesting. How you thought about your landing and your entryway and how they would fit in. Is that how you started then, by thinking about your hardscape and moving then into the softscape later?
That's typically, as a designer, I look at the overall space and the proportions, and of course what the requirements are of the project. And then it's a matter of putting the pieces of the puzzle together in a way that flows, it accomplishes your goals of getting from point A to point B. In my case, I wanted to expand the size of the landing. I know people always love to gather by their front door. I call it my hello goodbye space. And so I wanted to expand a second, small landing that was also connected to the entry with that seat wall that you saw. And it really is a fun little space. It kind of naturally steps up, and it makes the space more inviting proportionally. So structural elements, for me, that's where I start as a landscape architect. a lot of it is architecture. So we want to make sure that the spaces are functional, proportional, and then sort of lay the layers on top of that with plants and irrigation and lighting and grading, drainage, and things like that.
We had a question about your mulch, and it was, did you have a preference, I think, between the different kinds of mulching that you used in your yard?
That's a good question. Do I have a preference? In the native garden setting, I actually prefer the gold fines. I prefer more of a natural gravelly type material. I think it's better for drainage for the plants. They just seem to go together visually a little bit better. The bark mulches, to me, are good for more of the woodland type gardens where there's a lot of tree and shrub cover. It just sort of an aesthetic sort of thing. And but either way, we've done both. The gravel mulches are more expensive than the bark mulches. And it's really a kind of a personal preference, in my opinion. There's probably, Kathy, you may know a little bit more on, some of the technical reasons of doing the gold fines. But I like the gold fines in the native garden, any kind of drought tolerant garden.
We used it in ours. It's small, it's granite, isn't it? Like finely ground up granite. But
Yeah.
we found that because we were not at that time and we don't always take our shoes off, that we would track it inside, and we just foresaw it ripping our hardwood floors apart. So it was lovely, but we eventually got rid of it. And I was told later that that's best used at a distance from the house. So you have a chance to let it scuff off your shoes, but we don't have that kind of distance in my garden. So we moved to a flagstone patio. But if we'd been more responsible with our shoes, we would have enjoyed having the gold fine.
Right. And having pathways traversing through the garden gives you an opportunity to walk on a harder surface rather than right on the mulch or the gold fines. So depends on how you want to use your garden and maintain it.
Well, yours is certainly lovely. I want to say, if you'd like to contact Susan, you can go under the Find a Designer page on the Garden Tours website, Susan Friedman Landscape Design. You can see her own garden and also other gardens that she has designed. And you'll know that these are gardens that are water conserving and hardy and can take these hot inland summers and still look great. So Susan, thank you so much for taking the time to be with us today.
Thank you. My pleasure. Thank you.
Can you stay on the chat and Zoom and help answer some questions?
I think so.
Okay, so if you have any questions that we didn't have answered, you can put them into the chat. And thank you so much, Susan.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll be going now to talk for a moment about a new fundraiser. It's the San Lorenzo High School Environmental Fund fundraiser. For the last 8 years, San Lorenzo High School's Environmental Club has participated in the Bringing Back the Natives Garden Tour. Some of you may have shopped there on the day of the tour. As students in the Environmental Club, the Druids grow out more than 70 species of native plants in the school's productive native plant nursery. And here's a bouquet of native flowers. The students they created, and they still plant in and maintain the school's 1 acre native plant garden. It's now 20 years old, and it is really something to see. Environmental Club students also lead field trips for local classes for elementary students on Native American uses of California native plants. These field trips are attended by hundreds of elementary school children each year. The annual plant sale that the club holds on the day of the tour normally raises thousands of dollars for the club each year. However, the pandemic has caused the cancellation of the sale in 2020 and again this year. To help make up for this loss in funds and to create opportunities for these students, funds are being raised to create a paid internship program for Environmental Club students. many of whom will be the first in their families to be going to college. My son, Peter May, who is 22, will be biking solo across the country this summer. He'll be pedaling down our driveway in San Pablo on the morning of June 1st and heading to Massachusetts. His biking trip is a fundraiser for the San Lorenzo High Environmental Club's students. The goal is to raise $5,000 that would be used to fund internships for low-income students. Peter will be bicycling 4,000 miles. He's hoping to raise pledges of 125 cents a mile in order to meet his goal. A penny a mile would be a pledge of $40 coast to coast. 2 cents a mile would be $80 coast to coast. 100% of the proceeds from this fundraiser will go to the internship program. If you're interested in helping out kids who could use a helping hand and supporting this great environmental program at San Lorenzo High, or if you are captivated by the idea of someone bicycling for good, this is the fundraiser for you. If you would like to support this effort, you can go to the tour's homepage. There you will find a link to the San Lorenzo High fundraiser. We'll go on now to a word from our sponsor, Spare the Air. And you can save gas, save money, and spare the air by turning off your car's engine if you'll be idling for more than 30 seconds. You'll be protecting your and your family's health. Whoops, went too fast. Save money on gas, and as car exhaust is the #1 source of air pollution in the Bay Area, by turning off your car if you are idling for more than 30 seconds, you'll be helping to keep our skies blue. So if you're waiting to pick up someone from school, sports practice, or the library, if you're sitting at a drive-through or a car wash, just turn your engine off. You can learn more at idlefreebayarea.org. I have to say, ever since I heard this, I've started turning my engine off. I never did before. I didn't know that's what we should do, but it's so easy to just turn the engine off and while I'm sitting around in the car. Let's go now to Melissa Fiudi's garden in El Cerrito. So Melissa lives not far from my own home, and I remember driving by and seeing her large, steep, rocky corner lot before she bought it, when it was covered in ivy and juniper. But now it looks like this. And here are a few more images just to set the stage. She has done a beautiful job of putting in some terraces and some rock paths and wildflowers. Here's blue-eyed grass you might recognize from your walks in the hills, and native fuchsia. And I'd like to go now and meet Melissa Fiudi. Good morning, Melissa.
Hi.
How are you?
Good. How are you all?
Good, thanks. Are you outside in your garden?
I am not. I'm inside the office because
Oh.
the Wi-Fi is not that great.
You could have fooled me. It looks like you're sitting outside and it's a lovely background photo.
Yeah, it's not sunset yet, so.
That's right.
But that is my garden. That is my hillside. And one of my favorite sunset blooming plants, which is the soap plant.
It is beautiful. So when did you begin working on your garden?
It's the past 2 years is when I really started to focus on it. It's been a slow process, but we only moved in about 4 years ago.
Your soap plant behind you is beautiful. Those white flowers are so pretty. And they flower at night or late in the afternoon and are pollinated by native bees and moths. And I have heard that soap plant was used by Native Americans to track time because only one flower opens on a stalk each day. So you could tell how long that stalk has been blooming by the
interesting
flower opening. All right, well, shall we go now and watch your video?
Yes, I can't wait.
Okay.
Hi! Yes! Oh, let me take a seat. Hi! Thank you for coming. This is my garden. Yeah, my name is Melissa Feudy. I live in El Cerrito. I'm a mom, artist, gardener, and I am just so happy to show you what I can't stop talking about, which is plants. I just love gardening and I love supporting the local ecology. So let me show you around. Come on, keep up. Hi, welcome to my garden. Here is my front property. As you can see, we have a lot of coastal conditions coming in from the bay. And a lot of sun with a southern exposure, which is just magnified by the rock. Not a lot of soil. So these conditions are not very easy to work with. And however, I finally have gotten the knack of it through learning about native plants. So this front property isn't very habitable. I cannot spend a lot of time here having a picnic with the steep incline and the jagged rocks. So it's really become a place for the critters and a place to hopefully inspire people of the different beautiful native plants of California. There aren't very many native gardens, but I am seeing more and more every day, and that makes me very happy. Staples of this garden is things that would have naturally been here. So I've got lots of coyote brush throughout, lots of sagebrush. With this kind of exposure, low nutrient rocky soil, those things just really thrive and they provide a lot of habitat. So down there I have baby toyon, woolly blue curls, and the one good thing about this bad soil, rocky, kind of poor, is that wildflowers just adore it, especially Clarkia. So I've got lots and lots of Clarkia. Unfortunately, the deer also love Clarkia. So that's the front side. Let's go up. I'm looking down on this side. We have the extremely rare endemic Franciscan manzanita. It's little, but it's doing really well. And over here some rosy buckwheat, some verdacea, which I was hoping would bloom, but I don't think they will for this. Coyote mint. And then we come up into my backyard. Done some collecting seeds. Here's soap plant, one of my favorites. Garden. My daughter likes to play in this backyard, so I try to keep the space, as conducive to play as possible and have it like a little fairy magic mixed in with some shady plants like ginger and native skullcap. Container gardening is a willow tree that I just absolutely adore, but I also have a little tiny oak in here. I planted the willow hoping to use the material for basketry. Over here, it used to just be like a dirt path, and I've actually been able to make quite a little environment over here. I have a lot of coyote mint, a currant that's pretty young, a lot of different kinds of mugworts. I've got coastal mugwort and a California straight species, yerba buena. There is a coffee berry, which I have a few. I'm sometimes moving plants around. Just recently, I put this iris into this spot because it was really struggling on the other side of the property, and voila, blooms. So back over here, I've got some more coyote mint and then strawberries. Me and my kid will just kind of sit here and eat ripe ones off the vine. I also have a little native wood rose and a 9-bark tree. Which, even though it's not in the range, really attracts a lot of bees, and I use it for medicine. Over here I have Cleveland sage, manzanita. This is the Densiflora McMinn, and a lot of different kinds of Clarkia, which I'm really excited because these guys are about to bloom at the same time, and it's just going to be a purple and pink explosion.
Melissa, that was terrific.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. So I know that you're an artist. Did you draw that butterfly?
Yes, that was actually one of the butterflies that we raised that I then painted.
Oh, it was beautiful. So was the caterpillar on one of your plants outside?
Yes, but I've been taking them and letting them kind of reach their adult phase inside a tent. Because I ended up doing that, and then I also bought mealworms to throw out to the birds because I didn't want to take away their food source.
Well, your garden is just so beautiful, and knowing what you started with before, because I remember when it was covered with ivy and juniper, you had your work cut out for you, didn't you?
Yeah, and you know, I was hearing an earlier interview. I really look forward to the day where I don't have to water as much. But right now, the way that heat just gets in the middle of the summer, I'm still having to water quite a bit.
Yeah, well, you have an especially tough lot with that steep slope. It's so exposed. It's windy, it's rocky. Like those are just the hardest of all the conditions, but you have just really done a marvelous job with it.
It's been a challenge, and it's definitely the thing that has led me to be really passionate about native plants. Kind of like
Because they're
learning
hardy and
the
working
things
well.
that would work with that environment.
Mhm.
There was also ice on that hillside that I removed, so it was like all of the invasive plants you could think of.
So, let's see. Um, how have you gone about selecting the plants that you have put in? I see you have a lot of local natives. How have you gone about finding them?
Oh my God. So the local ones, I always go to the local nurseries that list where they're grown. So Native Here and Watershed. And then beyond that, I've kind of gone through a lot of different phases. There was one time where I was just throwing whatever would stick on the hillside. And then I started to really get into the different kinds of species, and I kind of became like a collector. And then now I'm learning, oh, maybe that's not that great because I'm going to be coming up with like a hybrid or messing with local. So I'm kind of just starting to go back to that really local place again.
Mm-hmm. So you do some propagation, it looks like. What do you find that's, kind of easy and fun to propagate that people might want to try at home, and how could they begin?
Oh, I love collecting seeds, especially from the wildflowers. Another thing that's really fun to propagate is anything that you can just kind of trim and stick in the soil. So coyote mint is one of my favorites.
So some of the things that you can trim and just stick in the soil would be fuchsia, monkey flower, the mints, coyote mint, or some of the other salvias. Those are easy ones that I can think of that if you have a plant at home, you can really just start making more yourself.
Yeah, and I do that a lot during the winter when the ground's wet. So it's really just kind of like working with the seasons. I do spend a lot of time out there. I'm definitely the type that likes to kind of tinker and have my hands in the soil.
So let me say, if you want to collect seeds, you should be collecting the wildflower seeds from your own garden, and you can buy wildflowers from the nurseries and watch them go to seed. And when they're ready to drop their seed, you collect them in an envelope and keep it, for a couple months. And then you can look up online, like what to do with your seeds to have the best success. Do you just strew your wildflower seeds, or do you put them in pots and then plant them out?
I strew. It's kind of left some dead spots, but I feel like the pot way is just a lot of work to go with the soil, especially the things that I'm really propagating by pot are the perennials.
So I've never had luck with strewing. I've strewed and strewed, but strewing rarely works for me. So I'm a potter. So when I want to grow wildflowers or other plants from seeds, I put them in little pots and I keep them on the side and mist them. And I have much greater success. And then I just tease them apart and plant them out later. So I envy the strewers.
Well, I think it's the rocky area that the seeds, they just kind of go down and the birds can't come by and eat them because they're kind of stuck in the crevices where they want to be. And then the rest of them, the rest of the seeds I collect, I just give away to friends or anybody who wants them. I'm just very much about like spreading these plants as much as possible, especially because a lot of people don't know about them.
I know that you have been interested in edibles from your garden, medicinals. Do you want to talk for a moment about some of the things that you've used from your garden?
Oh yeah, I mean, it depends, if my daughter has a cold, I'll be going out and grabbing that mint and the yerba buena. Some of my favorite teas is hummingbird sage and skullcap. Once it flowers in the summer is really great for helping you fall asleep at night. And edibles, the miner's lettuce, I mean, I love to be out there in the garden a lot, but I also just like the idea of just throwing some miner lettuce seeds and having a full garden full of salad that just kind of comes in the winter without having to amend any soil. And so I try to really stick to the edibles that are going to kind of take care of themselves.
Tell me, how do you make hummingbird sage tea?
I use a fresh leaf. I just go out and snip a little fresh leaf and let it sit in the water for about half hour.
I'm going to try it. I have
Or
lots of
not even.
hummingbird
You don't even have to steep it that long.
I'm going to try that.
Like
Thank you.
comfortable to taste.
Okay, and what plants have you, well, let me see. What plants have you found, easy to grow? Like, what do you enjoy growing out from seed or propagating?
Well, I'm converting my lawn right now to yarrow. So that has been pretty fun to grow because it's something that gives you a success pretty easily as long as you keep the birds off of it. I also love growing coast live oaks from seed. And as long as the squirrels, again, don't steal them.
Have you found, question was, any specific plants that are good for slope stabilization? Is there anything that you've been glad you put on your slope?
Yes. I think it kind of really depends on where the person is and what hill, where it's facing as far as sun exposure. For the sunnier areas, I've done grasses, which will help hold more of the perennial things like buckwheats and coyote brush and sagebrush, which will just grow out of nothing. On the other side, where I have more shade, I grow like ceanothus, which is also really good for covering the soil.
Mm-hmm. And we had a question, did you find any plants that you planted that did not thrive in the seed sprayer? So what have been some of your challenging plants?
Oh, it was terrible. Like I would plant something that I just absolutely loved, and especially the ceanothus just baked on the hillside. Anything that was too small that I didn't plant at the right amount of time at the earlier season of winter it wouldn't make it through the summer. So there's been a lot of failures.
But then we have failures, and that just kind of, you have to think of it not as a failure, but just as an experiment, and then try something else. It
Oh,
took
yeah.
me a while to get a grip on that, to just, not mind so much if something didn't go well.
Now I'm starting to make everything look nice, but at first I just felt like the yard was this big science lab where I could just try different things.
So someone asked, did you have native bee boxes?
Yes, I do. I actually do quite a lot to create habitat for any kind of, I never use pesticides, everything's hand pull. I have got a couple of bee boxes, and also the hillside, because there's no foot traffic, I just see the digger bees just come right in and out of the rocks. And I also leave like some old logs, which is good for, salamanders. And
I'm going to be burying more logs. We're going to be doing some replanting on our own front yard because we were remodeling, and I'm going to stick a bunch of logs and just bury them because the only times I have found salamanders and newts and lizards have been in half buried logs or stick piles. Okay, let's see. There was a question. Let's see. What does she use the white sage for? What do you?
I use it for tea. Yeah.
And how do you do that? You just steep it? You just pick some leaves and steep it?
Yeah, and sometimes I will take a leaf and put it in a glass of water and let the water kind of sit for like a half hour, maybe in the fridge in the summer. And that's pretty tasty.
And someone asked, how did you propagate the soap plant? Did you propagate it from seed or?
Yes, and you have to be very patient. Again, learning from, I think with the yampa and the soap plant, they're bulbs. And so you want to keep them in a pot probably and kind of like nurse them for the first 2 years. Otherwise, again, they will dry out and die because they won't get that soil depth or that enough food to kind of help them go.
Mm-hmm. Do you want to talk about some of your favorite wildflowers? You seem to have a lot of wildflowers in your garden.
Oh, the Clarkia.
Yeah, those Clarkias are beautiful. I love those Clarkias. I have them in my yard.
I actually had quite a little bit less of a show this year than last year. I think the deer were just a little extra hungry.
And I know that you have used the garden in your artwork.
Yes, I love all those photos. I'm out there with my camera and editing and just kind of really inspired by the plants, whether it's like going on a hike or doing a lot of the restoration work that I do. Anything I can to kind of support these plants that support everything else.
Well, you are a beautiful photographer. Do you take your pictures with an iPhone or do you use a different camera?
No, I use a Canon 5.
I really enjoyed watching a video of you drawing a manzanita. Like I couldn't find it again. I found it once and it was a great video of you drawing out that manzanita. Is it on your website?
No, it's on my Instagram
Mm-hmm.
in my stories.
Well, do you want to tell what your Instagram label is?
Sure, it's I can put it in the chat. It's Cali Flower Dreaming.
And there's a lot of beautiful photos there, I remember. And did you say you do restoration work? Do you volunteer around? Where do you volunteer?
Locally in El Cerrito at Canyon Trail Park, and I've also volunteered with other work groups in the city. There's trail trekkers. There's quite a few. Friends of Five Creeks is another one.
Yeah, and they could all use help, I'm sure.
Yes, I mean, I'm lucky. I have a garden. Not everybody does, and I see that is a privilege. But everybody does have a local park that they could go and volunteer and try to plant some native plants at.
Well, I want to thank you, Melissa, for your video. It was fantastic. The plant labels were great. The music was fun. It was just really fun. So thank you so much. And will you be able to stay on the Zoom chat and maybe answer some questions that people had that we weren't able to get to? All right. So Melissa, thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye. So I want to ask now if you're enjoying this program. We hope that you'll help support the tour. If you haven't had the chance to contribute yet, you can make a donation via the donations button on the tour's homepage at bringingbackthenatives.net, on the tour's GoFundMe page, or you can mail in a check. The tour's address is under Contact Us on the website. So I'll be talking now about the City of Santa Monica's Garden study, which compared the water use, green waste generation, and the number of maintenance hours between a traditional garden, which had a lawn and Mediterranean climate plants, as seen here on the left, and the native plant garden on the right. This study took place over a 9-year period. If you'd like to look this up yourself, you can Google City of Santa Monica and garden/garden. So here are the results of this 9-year-long study, and this is such a great graphic. I love it. If we look at this chart, on the left in blue is the amount of water used by the traditional garden. On the right in blue is the amount of water used by the native plant garden in the same time period. You can see that the native plant garden used about 20% of the water that the traditional garden did. The middle column in green is the amount of green waste generated. What this translates into is either you mowing every week and pruning, or you're paying someone else to do that. The right side in green shows how much less green waste is generated in a native plant garden. And the purple shows the number of maintenance hours required for each garden. When the people with the traditional garden are spending 80 hours mowing and raking and weeding, the people with the native plant garden on the right are spending just 15 hours to maintain their garden. Those native plant gardeners can be using that time to do more fun things or saving the money they would be spending on a landscaping service. In summary, this study showed that the native plant garden used 80% less water, generated half of the green waste, and required 70% less maintenance than the traditional garden. So if you'd like to save money on your water bill and leave water in the natural environment for wildlife to use, If you'd rather be spending your weekends relaxing or having fun with your family instead of pruning or mowing, or having to earn the money to pay for those services, then the native plant garden is the way to go. So now we have a word from East Bay Mud. In March, EbMud's board declared that the EbMud service area is in a stage 1 drought. What this means is that everyone is being asked to come together in order to reach a 10% reduction in water use. Sustainable landscaping, like the gardens seen on the Bringing Back the Natives garden tour, are a critical part of water conservation. If you still have a lawn and are thinking of making the switch, EbMud's landscape rebates can help. Eligible residents can receive 75 cents per square foot of lawn converted, with additional rebates for efficient irrigation up to $2,000. If you already have a garden, EbMud has just updated their mulch coupons, which are available for local nurseries. You can check out both these programs and other ways you can save outdoors and inside your home by visiting ebmud.com/watersmart. Before we start with our next presentation, I'd like to ask if you would like to type your questions into the chat boxes on Zoom or YouTube, and we'll get to as many questions as we can today. We'll be talking with Robin Grossinger from the San Francisco Estuary Institute. His presentation is Making Nature's City, Using Historical Ecology and Urban Ecology to Bring Biodiversity Back to Our Cities. This presentation will explore how native plant gardens can be connected to the surrounding ecological landscape to maximize the benefits to urban biodiversity. We'll look at how we can learn from the local landscape, both past and present, to guide complementary actions at the garden, neighborhood, and city scale. Robin Grossinger is a senior scientist at the San Francisco Estuary Institute, where he directs SFEI's Urban Nature Lab. His work was recently featured in a global urban lecture by the United Nations. Robin has been recognized with a Local Hero Award from Bay Nature magazine, and his work has been featured by media from NPR to the New York Times. Robin is a former colleague of mine as we worked together at the San Francisco Estuary Institute many years ago. Hi, Robin. Are you with us, Robin?
Yes.
Okay,
Can you hear me?
good. I can. Let me stop sharing my screen. That will allow you to join us here. So I love history, and I'm really looking forward to your presentation.
Yes. Well, thanks. It's great to be here, Kathy.
So I know you spent quite a bit of time looking at old maps, reading historical descriptions about the Bay Area, and thinking about what it was like here 300 years ago. Shall we just leap right into your talk?
Sure.
Okay, go ahead then, Robin.
Okay, so I can share now. It looks like I don't have access to share yet.
Okay, I should probably stop sharing my screen. Let me see how I do that. Can you help me?
So Kathy, all you need to do is right click on Robin's name under panelists and give him co-hosting privileges, which will allow him to share his screen.
Okay. All right. There, now you should be enabled.
Yes. Okay. Okay, it's loading. Can you see my first slide there? Is that showing up? Okay, I'm going to assume it is.
I can see it, yeah.
Thank you so much, Kathy. It's great to be part of the tour. It's just a fantastic event. And, in a way, what I'll be talking about is giving a bit of a science context and sort of support for a lot of the things that I see all of these great leaders in urban ecology are already doing. So, but yeah, I think my job here is to step back and think about how do we maximize biodiversity, or the contribution of our yard and our neighborhood to the ecology of our area, and like how does that yard play a role in bringing back some of the lost landscapes and functions that we have lost in our cities. So as Kathy mentioned, I've spent, I guess, 25 years now researching the historical ecology of California, and learning about what we lost, the landscapes we had, like these wetlands and riverine, broad riparian corridors of the Delta, and thinking about how we can get them back, or elements or components, functional aspects. The beaches of San Francisco Bay here is a view looking at Albany Hill and in the East Bay, where Golden Gate Fields and the freeway are today. Or the vast Valley Oak savannas of the South Bay, which turned into orchards, which turned into residential communities, or the Oaks of Oakland, the unique land of oaks that, and this is the same intersection as that painting. And while we clearly can't get back the big former wetlands and rivers and kind of wildlands in the cities, we're going to need South Bay salt ponds and delta restoration and all the great work we're doing in the uplands for those places. We did start to realize that there were a lot of things in the lowlands, in the developed areas that we've lost that aren't necessarily going to come back in those other areas. So this is a historical mapping of Santa Clara Valley. And you can see the oak savannas in the orangish yellow, the grassland wildflower meadows, and the yellowish, beigeish, light green are wet meadows. The dark green are the giant willow groves, riparian corridors, and the blue wetlands. And many of these features aren't going to come back in the hills. They're missing elements of the landscape that we need to bring back as best we can in the urban setting. So we start to realize as we go from that and realize the lost legacy in the contemporary landscape that conservation in the urban areas is kind of a missing piece between the great work we're doing around the bay and the great work we're doing in the hills. We need to do better in the areas where we live. And in fact, we recently published a paper in Bioscience led by my colleague Erica Spotswood, addressing what you might call the biological deserts fallacy of cities, which is the idea that cities are inherently just going to be bad for biodiversity. And it's true, developing a city is bad for the habitats that used to be there. But once we have cities, how they're designed can actually affect their ability. They can actually make many positive contributions to regional biodiversity. And so this paper documents those from research around the world and the different pathways for supporting, for making positive contributions. Those can be, as this diagram shows, stopover habitat for migratory species, which have to pass through the city and need to find resources along the way to continue their calorie consuming flights. Or the middle bullet there, increasing regional habitat heterogeneity. Essentially what I just talked about, that there's things we can get and resources that can be provided in the cities that you often can't get in the other areas. Also, there's an interesting phenomenon where in cities, there's a lot of challenges for wildlife, but they can be removed from some pressures. For example, valley oaks tend to regenerate better in more developed areas than they do in the wildlands, where they're often really hindered by grazing. Or wildflowers may do better in urban areas and be greater floral diversity because we're willing to spend the time to weed, as so many of the talks have talked about. We are willing to do that and to plant and weed and create native wildflower meadows that may not be able to survive against the pressures of invasive grasses in the more wildlands. So interestingly, the cities can play a role. Now, we've also been doing research on the ground to understand these concepts here locally. And so this is research in more of an office park than a residential setting, but the same factors of how much pavement, how much trees, how much vegetation. This is a research supported by the Google Urban Ecology Program in collaboration with San Francisco Bird Observatory and H.T. Harvey. And this is really fresh data that we're just analyzing now, but it's really fascinating, so I wanted to share it with you. It shows on the x-axis, so we have two categories, poor and good quality. Horizontally here, we have at the neighborhood scale, how good is the habitat surrounding you? And on the vertical scale, we have how good is the habitat at your site? And of course, when you have poor site and neighborhood habitat quality, you get fewer birds in this case. At least you actually get 18 birds. but that's going to be the very common urban exploitive species like crows and pigeons and towhees, relatively common birds. When you improve your site quality, like the kinds of things we're talking about doing in these seminars, more than 50% more birds. These weren't even necessarily as great site improvements as you could imagine, so that number probably can go higher. But then if you go to a place with better surrounding neighborhood quality, but still a very poor quality site, you also have more birds. So interestingly, that can somewhat overcome the limitations of your site. But if you have both good quality site and good quality neighborhood, then you get even more birds. And so I think that's really our goal. And if we only work on our site, we're going to be limited as to what we can accomplish. This data shows that. And of course, it's a spectrum too. You're going from, as I said, sort of your crows and your pigeons to birds you might be more excited to see, like warblers and bluebirds and woodpeckers are the kinds of birds that are showing up more as we move towards these more green conditions. So we start to think about our yard as part of an ecological network, a nature network, if you will. And it's going to be most effective as we think of it as part of a system, which actually I think some of the previous talks have talked about as well, and even that Melissa was doing. And so we've thought then, we've dived into the literature, the research on cities around the world to figure out, well, what are the elements to create that network of nature? And we found that there were 7 major drivers of urban biodiversity that really control how well a city does in supporting wildlife. And so those are, I'll go through them quickly here and then in more detail. Patch size, which is simply how big a patch of green space is, how well connected it is, the little things, yards and street trees in between, the habitat types and structure that you're creating in those sites of green space, the amount of native plants, that's a key driver as we've been discussing. And then certain relatively small features that can be really important in species life cycles, which we call special resources, and then how you manage kind of a catch-all area. So I'm going to go through each one of those briefly and say some of the implications for our work at the local scale. So starting with patch size. So the number one driver of biodiversity in general and urban biodiversity as well is how big a patch is. Bigger patches support more species more effectively. And that's actually one of the kind of classic strongest ecological relationships is a species area curve. And we've looked at that in more detail for urban areas and classified patches in these different levels of benefit that we consider 2 acres and larger to be really called a patch that can support its own self-sustaining species. But then when you get up towards 10 acres, you actually have accumulated a lot more species. And then many more sensitive species are only going to be found when you have these larger regional hubs. Like that's where hedgehogs reproduce in London, is in a large park like that. So those are the kinds of, so we want to think about our area in that context. And here's a little data to show you what I mean. This is looking at breeding bird populations in Rome. And so as you increase the size of the park, as you look at parks of larger size on the x-axis, you can see the number of species dramatically increased, especially as you go from 0 to about, well, there's no park of 0, but from small parks to 4 hectares or so, 10 acres. You started to kind of max out and hit like a threshold of how many birds you could support. So that becomes, you can see, so those are going to be the real drivers as we get these larger parks. And so you can look at your neighborhood, and this is me doing this for my South Berkeley neighborhood, and start to think about what is the ecological landscape or network you are part of. And in our neighborhood, the big drivers of biodiversity are going to be actually UC Berkeley campus, which is 130 acres, larger than 130 acres, and actually does have a lot of great habitats, including Strawberry Creek, a lot of oaks, and they've been actually doing a lot of native landscaping, as well as Claremont Canyon on the right. And so what's happening in these places is going to create sort of the general context for biodiversity in my neighborhood. So being involved as Melissa talked about, in those areas and what's accomplished there is going to make a big difference. But then at your even smaller scale, the local hubs are going to be important. And these in my neighborhood, and probably most neighborhoods, tend to be local parks or schoolyards. And so what's done there can be a big driver. And so for example, at Sylvia Mendez School, there are actually a fair number of native habitats. There's a willow, valley oak, coast live oak, some native habitat areas, and a bunch of areas that actually could provide more habitat. So this really could, in theory, be, as many schools probably could be, a local node that would have more habitat that can ever create in a yard, but then will kind of catalyze biodiversity in the whole neighborhood. So as Melissa again was saying, was volunteering in the kind of land stewardship in the surrounding areas is a key element if you can do that. And I think many schoolyards and parks may be able to do that. And there's real health benefits to children as well from the access to vegetation in terms of immune response and shading and all sorts of things. So another interesting thing when I look at my neighborhood is that the biggest kind of potential area are these medians that are just grassy right now and are within the distance that research shows a larger space can definitely influence a smaller space. So if I really want to drive biodiversity in my yard and neighborhood, probably seeing what could be done there. Of course, these are bigger, longer term processes, but this is how this can be a big part of of one strategy if you really want to be increasing biodiversity. So advocating for and stewarding habitat in nearby green spaces, these will drive biodiversity in your yard. As well as, and this is obviously more challenging, advocating for the creation of new green spaces. Those are going to be rare, but there are many park poor areas in our cities that really do need those and should, for equity, equitable access to green space and nature really should be created. So that's an important element as well. So there's this combination of local and, and surrounding area. So the second big driver of biodiversity in cities are the connections. And I think that kind of makes sense intuitively that you've got your habitat areas, and what's going to make a big difference is how well connected they are. That's going to allow the more mobile species to be more effective at moving back and forth, can take less calories, they're going to have less mortality, and it's going to help the less mobile species like beetles or spiders that are just drifting on threads. It's going to help everybody be more successful and more have more use of the different resources that generally are often not going to be sufficient in the different small spaces, if that makes sense. So ideally, these are greenways and riparian corridors, but often it's going to be more streets along streets or stepping stones. And there's a really wonderful example in San Francisco, led by the nonprofit Nature in the City, called the Green Hare Street Corridor, which you may have heard about, which is a great example. It's taking patches. They identified these habitat patches bigger than 2 acres that support the butterfly, which is rare, almost extirpated in the city, but it can't move between the patches because it is dependent. It can only fly on the order of 200 meters in 200 feet, I think, in a generation, and needs a host plant, be able to find a host plant in that distance. So it literally needs stepping stones of buckwheat or deerweed. And so they've been creating those in between the larger patches to create a corridor. In this case, it's a neat example of a corridor, stepping stones, and also focusing on a particular species where you really can make a difference, which is something I'll talk about more. Another example is a really neat program in Singapore, which is a real leader in urban biodiversity. And here they have identified streets going between 2 significant green spaces, and then they try to max out the native habitat along that street with canopy layer, understory, and actually they supplement the existing street trees with native trees, which is a really neat combination to get more canopy and more high quality habitat. I think they've done this between 29 or so, I forget the exact number, parks connected them in this way. So in summary, to improve connections, we can advocate for greenways and nature ways, which is even a step above, arguably. Habitat is part of bike buffers and the slow streets movement. So we're actually taking advantage of these shifts in mobility to bring in habitat. And then we can also think very locally about our sites as stepping stones and pollinator pathways. There's some neat work being done on that concept. And even in my neighborhood, I find that it seems like, as research has talked about, that monarchs are heading in a general north-south direction. It does seem that they're generally passing through, hopping from my milkweed to go across the street where we have another milkweed. And so we're starting to try to set up that somewhat linear pathway that, you know, a mother monarch could follow, depositing eggs sequentially, and have her choice of different spots to lay eggs. So this leads to the idea of matrix quality, which is probably my personal favorite, which is the kind of cumulative benefit of the small areas. And as you can see in these diagrams on the right, those can increase the connectivity between patches. They can essentially, if you're well designed around a park or a habitat patch, they can increase the habitat value or effective functional size of that habitat by having complementary habitat around it. Similarly for riparian corridors, or in the bottom example, we can actually create, you know, functional sort of distributed patches themselves by coordinating across sites. So this idea of combining multiple spaces to create neighborhood nature nodes, because generally most homes aren't going to be right next to a large park or riparian corridor. So we need to create our own nodes of nature, what we call a habitat complex. And this is important because most species are going to need, most wildlife is going to need more than one yard. And so you need coordinated ecological improvements. And these are a few examples from our a report we wrote called Urban Ecological Planning Guide with the Open Space Authority, Silicon Valley Open Space Authority. It's available online. And it looks at a few species like acorn woodpecker or the arboreal salamander, California sister, which can occupy fairly small spaces, but still need a variety of resources like a certain number of oaks or you know, spacing between oaks close enough for the California sister. So we can start to design our yard and think about it in that context to support particular species. And here's a quick personal example of how a habitat complex can start to develop in the neighborhood. This is the corner near my house where we have a traffic circle. The city of Berkeley helped us build 15 years ago or so. And it's become a real source of neighborhood pride. You can see it's decorated each holiday season. And the tree we planted, that was a seedling oak and is now quite huge and has a bunch of native plants in the understory. And that gave neighbors the idea to start expanding that habitat along the parking strips to sort of radiate out from this little node. And so this parking strip turned into this with California sagebrush and creeping wild rye and ceanothus and blue-eyed grass and a bunch of milkweed, has a lot of caterpillars on it. And that led to our neighbor across the street, this is across the street from us, this is down the street, up the street from us, saying, hey, can we do something similar in our yard, or in our parking strip? And then somebody else said, hey, these plants look good. I like these. These look really nice. Could we do that in our yard? So we started to generate a surprising amount of ecology in these really small spaces. And it's continuing to lead towards more and more neighbors joining in. That may be partly because my sons, Joey and Leo, have been really amazing at digging up the weeds and planting the native plants. But it's drawn in, it has, of course, had this whole unexpected community benefit where I've gotten to know neighbors better. This is a neighbor bringing us seedlings of blue-eyed grass from her yard. And we're putting in bulk orders for mulch and bulk orders for plants, discounts. And cumulatively, we've started to be able to add to, what one can do at one's own yard. And I pretty much have ran out of space to add more native plants. But starting to connect these relatively small parking strips, but cumulatively starting to add up to something. These are the ones in the works as well. And then that has started to lead towards front yards and backyards being turned into native habitat as well. So starting to build a bit of a habitat complex. So this leads towards that idea of coordinating with neighborhoods and combining backyards and front yards and parking strips and street trees. And it's led me to realize an interesting thing, which is while one can generally do more in your backyard because it tends to be bigger and you kind of, it's like a little more contained, you may get more pure habitat quantity. In a way, the front yard and the parking strip and these little public spaces may have, you know, much greater value because they can have influence and kind of spread throughout the neighborhood. And the somewhat unfortunately named scientific research concept of social contagion, which doesn't sound that good nowadays, but the idea that, of course, what we do around each other influences each other. And that's really been the case here. I think it's just more of sort of a community engagement and like sharing concept. So so thinking about the front, the public facing spaces and the power of that to spread and kind of, you know, build interest in these kinds of activities. And then the idea of aiming for particular species, like right now with the crisis in monarch populations, we probably should all be planting as much milkweed as possible, making as much resources as we can. I see people talking about the pipevine swallowtail, and that you know, we may not be able to get enough habitat in your own yard, but if many people did, you might be able to get self-sustaining populations. And then similarly, the acorn woodpecker, and I'll use that'll shift me to this next topic of habitat diversity. And so this is thinking about what are the larger plant communities and ecosystems that we're trying to create, and leads us to thinking about historical ecology as I started. And in the East Bay, we're often going to be thinking about lost habitats are going to be wildflower meadows and grasslands, oak savannas and woodlands, riparian corridors with streams and pools in them, and willow groves in the wetter areas. And so we can start to think about, well, we can't recreate these exact views in our urban landscapes. Think about how we can reintroduce the different elements of them in the different spaces that we have access to. And one example of that is reoaking, where we thought about all the functions and elements, components of an oak woodland ecosystem, and kind of translated that into how could that be accomplished in a neighborhood, in an urban setting. And it's a certain amount of oak trees to create the amount to support an acorn woodpecker colony, which then can create cavities for the cavity nesters like bluebirds. It's having overstory and understory, so that, a butterfly, the California sister, that is using oak leaves as a host, has nectar when they're ready for it. You also have the downed logs and leaf litter as part of that ground level. And then the spacing, because oaks actually, their pollen doesn't move that far, so they need to be within a certain distance. So you can start to create an oak node, if you will, by thinking about the different functions. And then actually support like an acorn woodpecker colony in an urban setting, as you do see in places that have enough oaks and these different resources. So some of the elements that we want to think about from a habitat diversity perspective are having both the overstory. The trees are really important. They tend to be drivers. There's so much biomass in a tree that if you can support a tree, particularly an oak or a willow or cottonwood, that's going to be a huge value. But then often the understory is missing, or the shrubs are really important in research, that sort of vertical structure. And then thinking about the larger functional ecosystems that we might be able to create. It could be oak savannas in the lowlands, wildflower meadows, pollinator gardens in the open sunny areas like that our example along the street. If you're near a creek, aiming for riparian trees and understory plants, because those corridors are often really restrained, so you can somewhat compensate for that by what you do in your yards. And if you do have a high water table or other good water source, willows and cottonwoods, those grows are really real oases, particularly in the late summer. So if you can plant willows, they always show up as one of the highest value species in the butterfly host plants and pretty much every other metric, providing those. And for insectivorous birds, late in the summer, those leaves are really palatable. So thinking about the habitats that we're creating. Now, I won't spend much time on native vegetation because we've talked about that a lot in these seminars, and people are doing amazing things to meet all of these goals. But I will reinforce this point that I think Doug Tallamy made really well with his research, and this research from Melbourne, residential Melbourne, shows similarly the kind of remarkable increase in the presence of native species and across many different types of wildlife as you go from 10 to 60, really up to the 50 and 60% native vegetation. You can see the dramatic increases in bees, the blue line, beetles, the dashed orangish line, bats in the red, bugs, true bugs in the black line, and native birds in the yellow line, all going dramatically up as the proportion of native plants increases. And then correspondingly, the amount of exotic non-native birds dramatically went down. So you can see why scientists are putting out goals like 60 or 70, or you can see these numbers seem to still be going up for some of these fauna. Aiming for, the majority native plants is really going to drive ecosystem biodiversity. So, as we think about the plants we're planting, thinking about their wildlife value, and one great source is the work of Doug Tallamy and Calscape that can help you figure out which plants are best for caterpillar host plants, which does have that cascading benefit for birds. You also take it another level and think about other species by looking at eBird and iNaturalist and seeing what's in your neighborhood and could be supported. And you can look at species assemblages, like aiming for multiple species of oaks in your neighborhood, because they tend to produce acorns in different years. So it's important to have a mix. Providing nectar and pollen continuously as much as possible, in particular late and early season nectar, which can be important and kind of a limiting factor. And then perhaps a number of researchers point to having clumps or drifts of species, not just one of every plant, but trying to aim for somewhat larger patches so that it's less energetic cost for species, bees or butterflies to take advantage of those, and actually easier to find and recognize as well. And support things like this ruby-crowned kinglet that my son Leo took a picture of. Special resources are next to the last item, are things like ponds or large trees, small water features that can be really critical for species life cycles. So large trees can have the cavities and the dead wood, which can also be sources of cavities and insects. It may be easier to preserve on private land where you can keep a piece or actually put some effort into keeping these elements in your yard while making sure to be careful in terms of safety. And then, as has been discussed, the value of bird boxes and bee boxes and those sorts of things can be quite significant. You want to research a little bit which work well in your area. And then water features, we have relatively recently put in pond in our backyard, which is sort of still coming together. Joey nicely took this picture just this morning. And even in just sort of incipient form, it's attracted so many more species than we saw before. Golden crowned sparrows bathing a lot a month ago. The black phoebes, dragonflies, which we hadn't seen before. And you can imagine that there used to be these streams in, fairly regularly spaced in the East Bay, which would have pools and, in spots over the summer, and just most of those are gone today. So you can imagine water is a real limiting resource, probably in many places. And so providing that can be valuable. And then I had to put this in, just very small special resources like this hole in our somewhat dilapidated, it's secure, don't get me wrong, but older wood on the deck, which is used by this carpenter bee, and a number of them using these holes in the deck. And they've become a real source of enjoyment for us as a family. And I haven't been able to successfully create more holes that they've used, but we have recognized things to do to make those holes safer, like not having water, a pail of water nearby that it might fall into, keeping the cat, this is upstairs, but keeping the cat away from it. So, and just maintaining those small resources and getting to know them and seeing how wildlife are, even using your structure. So some of these actions include preserving old trees with cavities and deadwood, all these sorts of features for nesting, like bee boxes and bat boxes, which are super popular in England, and bee hotels. And then as Kathy and Melissa were talking about, logs, dead logs, sticks, stick piles, leaf litter, and then ponds, mud puddles for butterflies to get nutrients, sand baths sometimes. Some of these features that can actually make a difference. And then my last element to discuss is management. This is a number of different things, which I think people have been talking about quite a bit in these sessions. But the one I'll focus on, because it's getting a lot more attention recently, is light pollution. In this recent paper, it as a driver of insect decline. But also because it's somewhat tractable. It's somewhat something that we actually can, like native plants, deal with at a local scale. And so the major factors to consider are the type of light. And this graphic shows how shielding light fixtures would just point the light down, are going to waste much less light and focus it where you need it and have less light pollution. Of course, what's even better is having as little light as you really need, or have it on as little as you need with motion activated sensor lights. So that's the first step. And then the second step is what bulbs you're actually using, or what kind of light you have, because it's the blue and white side of the spectrum, which is much worse for both wildlife and for humans. And much of the research is actually about the effect on our own circadian rhythms. And that's why, looking at screens before you go to bed is not good. So similarly, just not being surrounded by bluish light is going to be better for people. And we want to get bulbs that are down in the 3000 or 2700 Kelvin temperature. And I have been noticing those are more available in the hardware stores. So it's just, if we all switch those out with those light fixtures over time, it make a pretty big difference in our neighborhoods. So particularly on insects. So reducing light pollution, darksky.org is a great resource, and they actually have links to specific fixtures you can buy. Bird safe windows, we tend to think about more for office buildings, migratory birds, but can be an issue, on one's own house, particularly if you're creating more habitat. You want to be aware of bird strikes and the treatments you can do on your windows. Noise pollution is an interesting one that I think we all became much more aware of during the pandemic, when it just got so amazingly quiet. And the birds, research definitely showed birds taking advantage of that. That is somewhat hard to change at a local scale, but so hopefully these trends of slow streets and electric cars, fewer combustion engines, will actually gradually remove that major constraint on wildlife, and as well as human health, make our neighborhoods quieter, which is going to add a whole nother dimension that's possible for urban biodiversity. And then the last bullet there is, I think, things we've discussed a lot in these sessions about how you maintain your landscape in terms of when you weed and prune and deadheading and leaving seeds and leaf litter and all those sorts of things. So in conclusion, as we think about our yard as being part of a node in the nature network, we might want to think about what's nearby, particular target species to guide us, aiming for cumulative benefits across the neighborhood, sort of the synergistic effect. And that's part of creating ecosystems, really creating ecosystems, not just planting plants. So thinking about, the larger patterns, all the different resources, special resources, water features, nesting resources, thinking really about ecosystems. And that's what we're really trying to do. And that's really challenging and complex, but I think we're hoping to provide some ways to start doing that. And I think many, as has been exemplified in all these yards we've been seeing. So in conclusion, I wanted to leave you with a few resources. The first few are available on our website at the Urban Nature Lab at SFEI. There's a great report done by H.T. Harvey and Google called Integrating Nature into the Urban Landscape that I think people would really love. Just Google that. Maybe we could put that link on there. CalScape is an amazing resource. and Homegrown National Park, which leads to all of Doug Tallamy's research on butterfly hosts and moth hosts. And then Bringing Back Natives, you've got a lot of great resources on this website as well. So I want to thank many colleagues at SFEI and collaborators in other entities and partners and funders in this work. And finally, thank you all for watching and being interested and invested. This is a case where individual actions really can make a difference. So thank you.
Okay, Robin, thank you very much. So we have a number of questions and I look forward to talking with you for the next few minutes. So let's see, the Dark Skies at Night. I had not heard of Dark Skies at Night until I heard Doug Tallamy's talk. And for those of you who have not heard Doug Tallamy speak, if you go to the Garden Tours YouTube page, Doug Tallamy was the keynote speaker for this tour on April 25th, and he gave a slightly different but same message talk last year. It's also on the tour's YouTube page, and he is such an inspirational and informative speaker. So I just encourage people to go there and hear him speak. But we ourselves, after hearing him, got Dark Skies at Night certified lights. So you can buy them at Home Depot, and it's just a light that has a cap on it. So the light shines down, not up. And we even were able to get one. We're required now with a new remodel to have our numbers to be lit from the street, but we were able to find a number sign that also had the little cap on it. So it meets the criteria. And we have motion sensors, so we don't leave our night lights on at night. We use our motion sensors. And can I say something about bird strikes? We just did this big remodel, so we tried to think of all these things as we were working on our house. We put in double hung windows specifically because we could get exterior screens. Casement windows don't have exterior screens, and birds won't fly into windows with exterior screens. They don't see the glare. So we put up our double hung windows and screens. And then for our big picture window, we found from a company called Collide Escape, like I'm going to escape a collision, Collide Escape, a bird screen that can go over a large picture window that functions as a screen. And so we have buried, we hope, our last bird here on Hillcrest Road. So we did have on the garden tour, have had for a number of years, a cluster of sort of habitat nodes, as you called them, in Richmond. It was Dave Drummond and Margot Cunningham, Anita Pereira and Paul Carr, who worked together. They're within a few houses of each other in the Richmond Annex to help each other with their own gardens. And then they began gardening and helping neighbors up and down the street. And so I'm familiar with their project. But Robin, can you tell us a little bit more about some of the community aspects? Like, how did it happen? How did you get neighbors who wouldn't normally think about putting natives in their garden to do so?
Yeah, right. Good question. That's great. I'm going to reach out to Margo about, I knew she'd done amazing things. So that could be a good example for us. When I saw a question on this, our approach has been just kind of somewhat unintentional. It's just sort of happened pretty organically. I think from being out there on the street, it's interesting how much people appreciate improving the streetscape, like improving these crappy parking strips. You get a lot of people stopping by and asking questions, and I think observing what's happening. And then, so we didn't ask any neighbors to do this. It was all people saying, well, could we do that on mine? I just have this crappy grassy area, I've been wondering what to do. If I think a lot of people don't know like what plants to do or how to do it, and maybe don't know if it's going to look good or not. So I think we realize we have to make sure they keep looking good for it to be successful. But it has purely been organic, just people being curious and then saying, hey, can I do that so far? In fact, to your point, the one time I have tried to be more pushy and didactic, that didn't go anywhere. Because they are people's yards, and people are very, have their own desires and wishes. But I do think it's interesting, the front yard and the parking strip as a semi-public space, maybe as a place that's safe to kind of, it's sort of in between, you know, public and private. And so I think maybe that's been part of what's worked for us, is that that's a good place to collaborate. And then that maybe leads people to want to do more of that in their own personal space.
I know with
That's-
Dave Drummond and Margot and Anita, they began by working on their own yards, but they were also all of them great propagators, and they gave plants away to their neighbors, and
That's a
even
great point.
started planting some of their neighbors. Like if the neighbor just wasn't invested in their parking strip, they just began kind of working themselves up and down the street. They also held open houses, open gardens, where they would, you know, offer neighborhood tours. And Dave told me that one time they had 30 people coming through on their little neighborhood tour, and they had success with both of their own effort with gardening on other people's parking strips. And then some people also became interested and changed their own gardens.
Yeah. Well, that, you know, that's probably, to be fair, probably part of it has been that I have two sons, 10 and 15, Leo and Joey, who have also offered to dig up people's parking strips and plant them. So that is pretty irresistible, I think, if you is motivated, like people actually do it for you. And so that has been, I think, yeah, a little bit of help probably. And yeah, that's been fun for us because we have a small lot and don't have that much space to work with. So to get to try out different things and actually have a bigger room to work with people on, that's been
It sounds
really
like a
fun.
good way to meet your neighbors too. Have you met more friends and more
Well,
neighbors?
that's the thing. I know I hadn't realized it's actually even maybe more exciting. I'm really into native plants, obviously, like that's my whole, like, you know, focus, but it's probably been even more exciting than neighborhood relationships. Like, yeah, it really is true urban greening. And there's a lot of research about urban greening and the value of that for social interactions. And then the health benefits of that. And it's really true. Like you end up sharing things more and like helping each other out when you're away from vacation or, and some of those relationships are developed because of doing these little projects together, you know, giving each other lemons, you know, borrowing tools, all the sort of things that actually are part of community resilience and stuff. I think that's been in some ways an even more exciting part. I mean, equally exciting to the ecology of it.
So there's a question here about how close do oaks need to be planted to be close enough for the California sister butterfly?
I think what we cited in Re-Oaking Silicon Valley, the report which gets into this more, is on the order of 500 meters. So it's, you know, it's hundreds of feet away. So, and that number is also though thinking about the pollen distance, the distance that pollen goes. So oaks are wind pollinated, of course, but surprisingly, the pollen doesn't go that far. And so if you have oaks that are, you know, thousands of feet apart, they are pretty much isolated from each other. So there's so interesting research about that. So that proximity is important both for the butterfly and for the oaks themselves to be healthy and produce.
For people who did not watch the last couple of weeks, Doug Tallamy spoke on April the 25th and gave his great talk. On May the 2nd, I gave a talk on keystone species from the San Francisco Bay Area using Dr. Tallamy's data and described some of the species that we could use on May 2nd on shady areas. And on May 16th, I gave a similar talk on our own local keystone species, which are the plants that are the most valuable for wildlife for sunny areas. So you could also find some information there. And we also have on the homepage of the garden tour, a link called Doug Tallamy Resources. And if you go there and click into that link, you'll find Doug Tallamy's list of the Bay Area plants and the number of species of butterflies and moths that can lay eggs on those, and several other plant lists that would be useful for you when you're thinking about creating your own garden as a habitat node and kind of branching out from there. Let's see.
I'm just reading all the comments. A lot of fascinating stuff.
Well, feel free, and you see something you want to respond to, Robin, I'm reading them too. attracting
good
native
resources.
birds. You need native plants to attract native birds. Didn't you talk about that a little bit, Robin, with the
Mhm.
number of birds that you can attract, or the number of species, not the number of birds, but it's the number of species of birds, right?
Mm-hmm.
I know,
Well,
go ahead.
You mean the Melbourne research that I showed? That was the occupancy, the likelihood of finding a species in your site. And it was kind of it was a really interesting study because it was bees, butterflies, true bugs, bats, so it goes beyond just the butterfly stuff. It showed that the benefits across all these different categories of wildlife. So that's pretty neat. So yeah, I think this debate about native and non-native is always challenging. And of course, there are non-native plants that can, every plant probably has some value, and some have more than others, some non-natives. But I think the research is pretty clear that in general, native species are going to support many more native wildlife species. And it is, it's not that you necessarily want to get rid of all non-native species, but the more you can shift that proportion to the native species, it's just going to support more native wildlife. And I think Doug Talmy, he explains it really well, just in terms of the adaptation. It's tough to digest leaves. And like, we can't eat most of these leaves of non-native or native plants. So they have fairly specialized abilities to digest plants that are based on evolutionary relationships. And so many of the non-native plants we plant are essentially like plastic plants for wildlife. They're just not edible. So they're not useful. They may be still useful for structure and carbon storage and cooling and some of the other benefits, but you would do better to have native plants doing those benefits and supporting the ecosystem.
No, we saw that in our own yard when I first moved into this house, and we had lawn, ivy, weird South African plants, Himalayan blackberry. And then after we changed our garden, and we didn't see anything really going on in the backyard at the time, but since we converted our garden to natives, we have seen 30 species of birds in my little lot in San Pablo. It's been very exciting.
Wow. Yeah, there was a question about window treatments, and that's a kind of complicated topic. You gave a good example of window treatment, and there are, surface, decals or
screening.
Yeah, screens, or lines that you can put on post facto. Because I think a lot of cities are pushing for like the larger office buildings to get that hardwired into the glass, right? So it's called frit. So there are these kind of imperceptible lines, grids that birds see.
Mm-hmm.
That's generally, I don't see people generally doing that with residential buildings, but if you do have a window, you might want some treatment on it.
Well,
American Bird Conservancy is the source, ABC,
yeah,
for a lot of the research and guidance on that. So that's a website maybe that could be put up.
We had a big bird collision problem at our house before we remodeled, and we buried 3 birds in 6 months. And so we were determined when we moved back into the house, we will have buried our last bird. So we haven't had any collisions since we've been back home with our Kaleidoscape screening and our screening on the double hung windows, which has really been a relief. Well, Robin, we are, I am sorry to say, out of time, but it was great to have you with us today. Might you be able to stick around and answer some of these questions on Zoom or YouTube?
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay.
I want to keep looking at these questions. Thanks everyone for all the great comments.
Well, thank you so much for taking the time to be with us today. It was nice to have you. Nice to see you again,
Kathy.
Robin.
Likewise. Okay, take care.
So I'd like to thank 4Dimensions Landscape Company for supporting the tour. If you're interested in converting your garden to natives, I always recommend that people work with a company that specializes in designing native plant gardens, and also that you let the designer know you want a native plant garden. If you would like help designing and installing a native plant garden, you might want to contact 4Dimensions Landscape Company. 4Dimensions is an award-winning landscape design company whose motto is restoring the earth one garden at a time, and whose goal it is to bring people and nature together. 4Dimensions creates well-planned, carefully crafted environments that enrich both human and natural life. You can call on 4Dimensions to design, build, or nurture your garden, and you can reach them at 4dimensionslandscape.com or 510-893-1999. So we'll go now to Cindy and Richard Simon's garden in Castro Valley. And inspired by the Bringing Back the Natives Garden Tour, Cindy and Richard wanted to reduce water use, eliminate chemical use, and provide habitat for wildlife. At that time, their garden contained large, thirsty lawns bordered by juniper and box hedges. Through the tour, they found 4 Dimensions Landscape Company, which designed and installed their front and back gardens in 2009. And these people who can grow lupins, I really am envious. I want to be able to do that. Let us go now and meet with Cindy Simons in Castro Valley. So hi, Cindy. Do you need to unmute yourself?
I think
Or
so.
I need to stop sharing. That's me.
Okay.
Okay. And now let's see if we can bring you up.
Start video.
Shall we go ahead?
Okay.
Okay. So let's see. Can you tell us something before we start your video about how your water use has changed since you converted from lawns to native plant gardens?
You know, unfortunately, I did not really track my water bills back in 2009 when I started. I am guessing at least 50%, and I think probably a lot more than that because we had vast lawn areas and my HOA insisted that it be green even in drought year summers. So we reduced the lawn area completely. We actually now have a native meadow area, but no lawn. And it's at least 50%, probably 75% less than what we used to use.
I think that if you called East Bay Mud, you might be able to get them to get your water history for you if you ever wanted to find out.
I should, yeah.
Yeah. Well, let's go ahead now and see your front garden. Then we're going to stop and have questions on the front garden, and then we'll go and see a second video on the back garden.
Hello, everyone. My name is Cindy Simmons. Welcome to my California garden in Castro Valley. It's winter, mid-February, but a few plants have already started to bloom. When we moved into this house, it had a traditional suburban yard, a large lawn area with hedges and plants at the border. Here's the front yard, and in a minute the backyard, soon after we moved in. My homeowners association insisted that our lawns be green even in drought year summers. I worried about a grass lawn's need for lots of water and fertilizer, water we desperately need to conserve in California, and fertilizer that was washing into streams and the bay. Here's what my new garden looked like after 4 Dimensions Landscape Company designed and installed a beautiful, mostly California native garden in the spring of 2009. It has been amazing watching it mature over the last 12 years. I appreciate the huge water reduction. I only use fertilizer in my vegetable beds now. I like knowing that I am providing a habitat for native insects and animals. Butterflies, bees, and birds seem to love my garden. But over the years, one of the things I came to appreciate most was a sense of place. The standard issue American suburban garden can be beautiful, but it could be anywhere. I love having a garden that reflects where I live, showcasing plants that have evolved in California over millennia. My sister's native garden in Oregon looks different than mine, as would a native garden in New York or Florida. I think it's wonderful when I look at my garden and see many of the same plants that I see when I walk trails in the East Bay Hills. This is a California garden. So let's take a look at some of those beautiful plants in my now 12-year-old native garden. Even in winter, varying textures, shades of green, and plant height provide interest. Here's a good example along the front sidewalk. A small manzanita, Arctostaphylos emerald carpet, lines the walk. A taller variety, Arctostaphylos Pacific Mist, and a sage, Salvia Allen Chickering, add a layer about 3 feet in height behind the emerald carpet. Behind that, a 5-foot ceanothus provides yet another layer. Here's a closer look at the emerald carpet manzanita. It has the twisty, smooth red branches of most manzanitas, but the branches are mostly covered with a mound of dense leaves. It only gets about a foot high, with small pink-white blossoms appearing in winter. This deer grass, Molumbergia regans, provides a golden brown accent amongst the 3 layers of green. You'll see them throughout my garden. Here's a closer look at the Pacific Mist Manzanita, a medium shrub that gets about 2 to 3 feet tall. This one is a good 3 feet, but shorter in other places in my garden. I think this entire mass is one manzanita plant, about 7 feet in width. Beautiful blue-green leaves, new growth is lighter green, and white flowers tinged with pink. To the left of the Pacific Mist Manzanita is a Salvia Allen Chickering, one of several different sages in this garden. This one gets about 3 or 4 feet high and wide, with that lovely sage smell and beautiful lavender flowers in the spring. I'll show you a photo of some of those flowers when we have the backyard video. Cutting over to the strip between the walk and the driveway, here is more beautiful Manzanita Pacific Mist. In the tan bark are 2 penstemon blue springs, which will produce 1 to 2 foot high stalks covered in flowers with shimmering hues of blue, purple, and pink. Bees and hummingbirds love them. Just starting their spring growth under the tan bark are some yarrow with a few peeping above. Achillea milfolium rosea. It will get about a foot or 2 high with flowers in varying shades of pink. Here's a photo from a few years ago in May of the yarrow and penstemon in bloom. This tree is a western redbud, Cercis occidentalis, which was planted 2 years ago. Beautiful pink flower blossoms appear in the spring, soon followed by round, heart-shaped apple-green leaves. Leaves darken to blue-green as they age, then turn yellow before they drop in the fall. Here's a photo of it in May last year. On the other side of the driveway is one of the loveliest of California native lilacs, Ceanothus dark star, growing to about 6 feet tall and 8 feet wide. It blooms in winter, budding out a few weeks ago and starting to burst out now with beautiful dark cobalt blue blossoms. Underneath the Ceanothus, here are some beach strawberry, Fragaria chiloensis, a spreading low perennial with white blossoms in spring and summer. I have them throughout my garden. Cutting back over to the other side again, this is the area behind the manzanitas that we saw along the front walk. This area is divided by a decomposed granite path. Lining the edge is Heterotheca sessiliflora, San Bruno mountain, a low mounding aster that produces abundant golden yellow flowers. Here's a close-up of that aster and a photo of it in bloom. Behind the aster is another variety of Ceanothus, this one very different from the dark star. Ceanothus gloriosus Heart's Desire is only about a foot high. The light blue flowers appear in spring. Here's a third variety of Ceanothus in my garden. We saw this shrub rising behind the manzanitas along the front walk. Here's a closer view. Ceanothus Emily Brown is only supposed to get about 4 feet tall, but this one is at least 5 feet high and spreads even wider. It has glossy dark green leaves with lavender blue flowers in early spring. Further up the path, this silver bush lupin, Lupinus albifrons, produces spectacular tall purple blossoms. Here's a photo of it last year in May. Further along the path are some more Pacific Mist Manzanita and some deergrass. On the other side of the path, here are some sticky monkey flower plants, Mimulus orientacus. It produces beautiful yellow-gold flowers in the summer. Here's a photo of it in June of last year, when you can also see the silver bush lupin in bloom behind there. Next to the sticky monkey flowers, there are some coyote mints, Monardella villosa, with a nice minty smell, gray-green leaves, and light purple flowers in the late spring and summer that attract butterflies. More deergrass, sticky monkey flower, and manzanitas fill in this area along the front of the house. Under the front windows of my house is yet another variety of manzanita, this one Arctostaphylos green sphere. Beautiful pink blossoms that are coming out now. That's the end of my front yard video. It's time for a break for questions and answers. After the Q&A, we'll see the video of my backyard.
Thank you, Cindy. That was terrific. Your yard's beautiful.
Thank you, Kathy.
It has really filled in since I saw it such a long time ago. I saw it shortly after you had it installed.
It really did. It filled in pretty quickly, actually, but in 12 years, almost 12 years, it's really gotten much, much larger.
Mm-hmm. So what do you do for watering?
I have been watering probably twice a month in the summer, but after watching Al Kite, hearing him say that he didn't water his garden at all unless he had new plants, I'm thinking of trying that this summer because I think a lot of my plants would be just fine without water all summer long. Maybe just a few that look better if you water them once or twice a month.
Mm-hmm. And how about maintenance?
I have a very large yard, so I do have a gardener help, and I find that things do look better if I prune occasionally. And I've had some invasive species that have required some ongoing work, like I had some vinca that I've been pulling out for quite a while, and so there's some ongoing maintenance, but I don't think it's as much as other non-native garden would be.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and then I know we talked a little bit about Doug Talmy, and why don't you tell us how hearing Doug's talk made you think about your own garden?
Oh my gosh, it was such an inspiring talk, and I got so excited. I always felt so good about less water and less fertilizer and supporting native habitat. But when he started talking about an oak tree supports, I actually looked it up on Cowscape this morning, 143 different species, and I have 3 coastline books in my garden. I felt so happy about that. It was just wonderful. And now I'm thinking about what can I plant that are high up on that butterfly list. And I'm just really excited about that part of it more than I think I was before. So it was very inspiring that we can do our little piece to, keep native plants and native birds and bees and butterflies that are so important alive.
Yeah, his talk really made me think differently about my garden, about not just having a native plant garden, but wanting to have a garden for me that is the most productive native plant garden it could be for wildlife. So
yeah, the word productive was, really, it just struck a bell with me.
Yeah. Well, why don't we go now and look at your next video, and then we'll take the rest of the time for questions.
Okay.
Okay, Jessica, thank you.
Welcome to the backyard of Cindy and Rick Simmons' garden in Castro Valley. The front yard video you've just seen was shot in winter, mid-February. Now it's mid-April with spring flowers blooming. The backyard was designed by 4 Dimensions Landscape to take advantage of the view to the East Bay Hills and Mount Diablo. What used to be a vast lawn now is low-growing shrubs along the back fence, trees and taller shrubs along the side fences, and a California native grass meadow. The meadow is seashore bent grass, Agrostis pallens, a perennial grass that requires about half the water of a traditional lawn. The backyard has many of the same plants as the front yard, bringing continuity to the overall design. So we'll focus mostly on plants that were not in the front garden video in this video. This deck planter has a couple of penstemons and some annual seedlings just coming up. There are California Poppy, Baby Blue Eyes, and Baby 5-Spot, and here's a photo of it a couple of years ago. At the corner of this path is a California Fuchsia, Epilobium, also known as Zauschneria, Canum catalina. I love this plant for a couple of reasons. It blooms in the fall when most everything else is dormant. It's wonderful to have the bright orangey red fuchsia flowers beginning in late September. Here's a photo of it in bloom. Here are some tall shrubs that are Manzanitas, Arctostaphylos Howard McMinn. It's a 4th variety, different than the ones I have in the front. It gets much taller, about 5 feet. The pink-tinged white flowers are like the other Manzanita flowers, but bloom more profusely. And look at this beautiful, smooth, deep maroon bark on the gracefully twisting branches. I've pruned these back to show them off a bit. On the other side of the path are coffee berries. They're not actually related to coffee plants, but get a reddish-brown berry that looks a bit like coffee. You can see the berries above the spider web in this photo. One of the most beautiful of California natives is Douglas iris. The flowers come in shades of dark and light purple and yellow, and as you can see, they are absolutely gorgeous. These plants are snowberries, Symphoricarpus albus. It's a deciduous plant. The delicate green leaves just appeared a few weeks ago. After blossoming with pink flowers, it fruits with white berries. Here's a photo of the plant with berries. These bright green plants are hummingbird sage, Salvia spathacea. They are about to bloom, and you can see the dark magenta flowers just bursting out on the burgundy calyx. Not surprisingly, given its name, hummingbirds love it. I like the feel of the forest that these 3 coast live oaks give to the edge of my garden. I read that coast live oaks amend the soil over time with their own leaves and build the natural mycorrhizal fungus in the soil that they need to thrive. Many birds, mammals, reptiles, and invertebrates utilize oak trees, and they are host for several butterfly species. This plant is Oregon grape, a California native too. Scientists can't decide whether it's a berberis or a Mahonia aquifolium. It's easy to grow almost anywhere, but it does like shade. Glossy dark green leaves, which are quite prickly like a holly leaf. Clusters of yellow flowers bloom in spring, followed by dusky blue berries. Along the back fence here are a couple of different manzanitas and this beautiful Salvia Allen chickering, which is just starting to bloom. I love the scent of this one. Over here, common rush, Junkins patens, provides a dense thicket of dark green reeds. There is the bold and beautiful sage relative called pitcher sage, Lepicinia hastata. I just cut it down 2 weeks ago to this low 1-foot mound you see here. The leaf stalks grow about 3 feet high, then shoot up 2 to 3 foot flower stalks, lined with magenta rose flowers. I got several blooms last year after deadheading. Hummingbirds love it. Lining this part of the back fence are some Salvia leucophila, some Pacific mist manzanitas, and some coyote bush. The coyote bush, Baccharis pilularis, Twin Peaks, gets about 2 to 3 feet high and as wide as 8 feet. With the Manzanita Pacific mist, it has formed a dense thicket along here, which provides great habitat for birds. I frequently see them ducking in and out or perched on the top of the bush or the fence behind it. You can shear coyote bush hard to rejuvenate it. This purple sage had the space to spread into a mound about 5 feet in width. It's not as tall as the Allen chickering, with a lighter colored lavender flower. It's in full bloom right now and just beautiful. Here's another Ceanothus dark star and a photo of it in full bloom a few years ago. This is a mature pink flowering currant, Ribes sanguineum glutinosum. It blossoms in winter with pendant racemes of pink flowers. It's an early source of food for bees and hummingbirds. The flowers are faded now, but here's a photo of it in bloom a few months ago. These are columbines, Aquilegia formosa, small and delicate looking with charming flowers. There are several varieties of California columbines. This one has reddish orange and yellow flowers. This deciduous big leaf maple, Acer macrophyllum, can grow very tall. It has beautiful large leaves and gets interesting and lovely pendant racemes of greenish yellow flowers in the spring. Leaves will turn bright yellow if it's cold enough in the fall before they drop, more brownish yellow in warmer climates. Growing behind the big leaf maple tree and sending gracefully arched branches over the lower branches of the tree is a Pacific ninebark, Physocarpus capitatus. It's a dense deciduous shrub with spring flowers of white with reddish tipped stamens. Here's a photo of it in bloom. The plant arching across the middle of this photo over the coyote bush is a California wild rose, just having leafed out after its winter deciduous period. Here's a photo of a bloom. Along the south fence are 4 beautiful bush anemones, Carpentaria californica Elizabeth, a shrub that gets 4 to 6 feet tall and 3 feet wide. Here's a photo of it in bloom last year. It blooms from May to July with clusters of brilliant white flowers with yellow stamens. Spice bushes, fragrant flowers and leaves gives this deciduous shrub its common name. Here's a photo of the flowers. That's the end of our tour. I hope you enjoyed this look at some California natives in a Castro Valley garden.
Well, that was terrific, Cindy. Thank you so much. I want to say that if you'd like to see Cindy's plant list, she very nicely put it up there. So once the video goes onto the tour's YouTube page, you could rewatch this video and freeze it on her plant list. Or you could also see her plant list on the Garden Tours website by looking at the 2021 garden list or the agenda today and link over. So that was great. I noticed that you had, now that we're both Doug Tallamy fans and looking for keystone species, you had many of his keystone species in your yard: the oak, maple, wild rose, manzanita, lilac, sage. You kind of got them all.
I have to say that when I was going through my list, I thought, well, thank you for dimensions, because I didn't know that back in 2009, but I was so happy to find that now.
Yeah. And I love the hedgerow or the thicket that you have along your back fence with sages, coyote brush, manzanita in there, and maybe the lilac.
Really a place that the birds like. It makes them very happy.
So can you tell us about some of your favorite natives? I know you went through a lot of them in detail, but like what really strikes you when you think, what would you recommend that people think about putting in?
If you ask me that question, I often just answer with whatever's in bloom. But over the years, I've come to appreciate a couple of them in particular. I think one is the epilobium, the California fuchsia, because it blooms starting in the late fall, and it's just spectacularly beautiful with its orange-red flowers, and it will spread on its own. It goes where you don't like, you just pull it out, but it often pops up in places that I love to have it. And it lasts forever. I think mine was still blooming, started in late September or October, and was still blooming in February. I think you have to cut it back every year. And I finally cut it back maybe in late February. And it still wasn't looking that bad then. So it's quite spectacular. And maybe just for the sheer beauty of the flower, I love the Douglas iris and I love the lupins. The lupin flower and penstemon flowers and Douglas iris flowers are just unbelievably gorgeous. Can't beat them.
So then with the fuchsia blooming that long for you, you had color in your garden 12 months of the year.
Pretty much. And also, the hummingbirds like them. So I've got something for them to eat when there's nothing else around. So that's a good thing too.
So I know you're in an HOA, and I know also that HOAs can no longer prohibit people from removing their lawns. That wasn't always the case, but now the state passed a law. So if you're in an HOA, you are no longer required to have a lawn. Is there any other, anything else? And you were an early adopter with the native plant garden for your HOA, but how is it now with your HOA and the garden?
I think they are much improved because I've noticed other native gardens popping up, and I don't see people complaining on Nextdoor about the HOA bugging them. I think my HOA still, you don't have to have a lawn, but if you do, they want it to be green, which is why I took out my front lawn entirely and just did the meadow in the back, because my meadow doesn't stay green all year. I don't want to water it that much, and they wouldn't like that. I know they wouldn't. So it took quite a campaign of letter writing to convince them that my native yard back in 2009 was better for my neighborhood. But I did eventually.
But anybody now who lives in an HOA, you don't have to feel any compunction about having your lawn because you are, you cannot be compelled to have a lawn. Well, Cindy, I want to thank you. I know you worked hard on that video and it was lovely. And might you be willing to stay on and answer any further questions that people have in the chats?
I'd be happy to.
Okay, thank you so much. It was nice to see you. Thank you for your
As well, Kathy. Thanks for all you do.
Oh, you're welcome. Okay, so let's go on now. And so on Mother's Day weekend, Sunwork installed solar panel on Mike's and my house in San Pablo. This is our house in San Pablo. And I have to tell you that they're fabulous. They, meaning both Sunwork and also the panels. Over the last 2 weeks, we have generated far more energy than we have used. Not only are my husband and I producing clean energy, but we're putting our extra energy into the grid. So this is a chart that we just got from PG&E showing that before the panels were put in, we were using energy, but since the panels were put in, we are not. And we're getting now a credit on our electrical bill. And the benefit that we have in the last 12 days, our carbon-free solar production was equal to 550 kilowatts, which is, in trying to think of it in terms of what does it mean to us, it's as though a car had been driven nearly 1,000 miles, but we prevented those emissions. Or that 44 gallons of gas had been consumed and we prevented those emissions. Or that we prevented the emissions from 430 pounds of coal being burned. And for actually just sitting in our offices doing nothing, it's just fabulous to feel that we have had that kind of effect on the environment. I wanted to say, if you've been considering getting solar panels, or if you haven't, I hope that you do, you can lease solar panels at no cost to you and still save between 10% and 30% on your electricity bill. You can buy your solar panels and you'll receive a 26% federal tax rebate on the cost. And also that a study done by Lawrence Berkeley Labs showed that having solar panels on a house increased the value of a home an average of $15,000. So if you might be thinking, well, we're not even going to stay in the house long enough to, you know, get back the value of the installation of the panels, you actually get back a lot of that cost just by having them put on the house at all. So here's our house before it. Actually, this is my garden. I talk about my garden. So we were out of the house for 10 months living in rentals. And when I say that the garden really looks so well after a year of no care at all, this garden hasn't been watered in a year or weeded in a year or deadheaded or pruned or anything. And it's a little wild, but really considering it was abandoned for a year, I was very happy. Anyway, this is the back of our house. And Sunwork is a nonprofit solar installer whose motto is small solar made affordable. And they make solar panels affordable by using trained volunteers to help install the solar panels on homes with low electricity bills, where it may not have been economically practical to install panels. In addition to keeping the labor costs low, Sunwork provides the equipment at cost. There's no markup. And so this is our lead installer, Travis, with a volunteer. If you have a low electricity bill, this is your opportunity to have solar panels installed for up to 30% less than you would pay through a conventional installer. You can contact them at sunwork.org to find out if your home qualifies for their program, or if you're interested in volunteering to help install solar panels. And I'd like to say, we couldn't have been happier with the job that Sunwork did. Everyone from the administrative staff, Travis, our installation lead, and the volunteers were a pleasure to work with. The installation went seamlessly, and our solar panels are working right now, creating the energy that I am using to send this program to you. It's very exciting, and with the 26% federal tax rebate and Sunworks reasonable pricing, the cost is affordable. It's actually been like so massively fun. It's the most fun we have had in a long time, my husband and I, looking at the energy production from our solar panels, thinking about, are there clouds now, and are the panels working, you know, at their full capacity? And it's just fantastic, really. All right, so we'll go on now. The East Bay Green Home Tour is coming up on June 6th and June 13th. And this event will kick off with a tour of Mike's and my own home in San Pablo at 10 o'clock on Sunday, June 6th. You can register for the Green Home Tour at eastbaygreenhome.com. We'll also be talking about the heat pump for heating and cooling air that we had installed in our induction range. So I hope that you'll join us. We'll go now to Kat Weiss's garden in Livermore. Kat is the owner of Kat Weiss Landscape Design. She designs native plant gardens in the Tri-Valley area. If you'd like to see a portfolio of her work, you can visit the Find a Designer section of the tour's website. And Kat's talk is on transitioning a garden to California native plants. When they moved into this home 4 years ago, Kat decided to take the slow approach to her new garden, and she'll be talking about that process with us today. So let's go now and meet Kat Weiss and hear about transitioning from non-native ornamentals to natives. So hi, Kat, are you there? Hi, Kat.
I think so. Hi, I was having some issues. I was trying to start the video and then it would say host stopped the video. I'm like, I started the video.
No, I have issues all the time. But thank goodness we have Jessica, our Zarina, our very own Zoom Zarina, helping us with all of our issues today. So thanks for joining us, Kat. So let's see. I know you're going to show us 2 videos. So when was your first video made?
So the first video was made in late July. And that's when most of the natives that I planted in the front garden were doing their thing and looking really awesome. So I wanted to show a video of just talking about the natives themselves at that time, where the buckwheat's flowering, the fuchsia's flowering. And then the second video was more focused on talking about what to do in the transition and when we make those choices, and choices that I'm going to make or choices that I have made to sort of weed out the non-natives bit by bit so I don't freak my neighbors out.
The plants that you're choosing to put in are going to be able to tolerate and actually do well in Livermore's hot, dry summers.
That is the hope. I would say, I kind of joke sometimes that I'm a good designer and not such a great plant mom, because I'm like, you will survive and you shall survive on very little water and very little care. So it's a bit of a Darwinizing approach to my own garden, where I'm playing with things and experimenting. I love it all. So every time I see one, I have to bring it home and plant it somewhere. And maybe I didn't get the irrigation hooked up, and maybe I forgot to hand water it. And then there's a happy accident and it survives. So yeah.
So something that I have gotten good at after all these years of seeing gardens is recognizing a garden. And I know that you designed this garden, Tim and is it Chris Boskanowski's garden, right?
That's right. I'm sitting in Chris's garden right now, virtually.
One of my favorites. Get out of the way for the moment and let people see your back.
Okay, when I get out of the way,
we see the thing. It's okay.
You see the thing.
I love this sinuous path and that beautiful California lilac next to the wall. And it was a narrow backyard, and Kat had this mound on the left that was just so beautiful. I love this yard. And if you want to see more pictures of it, you can go to come on, Pat, come back and join us. You can go to Find a Garden on the tour's website. There's a new area called Find a Garden, and type in Livermore, or there's an easier way. Go to Find a Designer and look up Kat Weiss, and you'll find Tim and Chris Boskanowski, and you can see more photos of this garden. It's one of my favorites. But now let's go look at your garden. We'll leave it to Jessica to switch us on to your first video.
Hi there. My name is Kat Weiss, And this is my house in Livermore, California. We purchased the property 4 years ago, and it had a lot of existing plants on it. It had a fake lawn, which they had transitioned to star jasmine. You can see in the background pepper trees. There's Coleonema, the breath of heaven, some of the Chinese raspberry, loropetalum, and several mock oranges and boxwood. And initially I thought, okay, we need natives here, but I didn't want to rip it out full scale. So what I'm going to talk about today is a little bit of transition landscaping, where we can make some choices and transition our home landscapes to natives bit by bit, so it's not quite a shock for the homeowner or the neighbors. This is a parkway strip that was planted in almost exclusively society garlic, that little number, and I'm trying to transition it sort of plant by plant to some Salvia spathacea, the hummingbird sage, sorry, and I've got some deer grass going. There was quite a bit of rosemary. Not that I don't like rosemary, but maybe we just need one. And we can add more Arctostaphylos uva ursi, Massachusetts, or perhaps Arctostaphylos Point Reyes. There's some more deer grass. And if we look over here, got a really big breath of heaven. And it looks big and flush right now because it's spring. This is probably going to be its last year here. And it looks quite fun next to this raspberry loropetalum. But I would really like to see some sages, some artemisia, some mimulus. So I've started transitioning with a black sage, some artemisia, pycnocephala, sage scrub. I've got a Lepidopteronia fragrance here, pitcher sage. I've got a Brandegee sage. So what I did was to build this mound over the old star jasmine and to begin to transition here first. As I ripped out all the star jasmine and some other invasives that we had. And this is step 2. What happens when the breath of heaven and the loropetalum go away? Well, I've got a little Louis Edmonds manzanita waiting to peek out to get some sun. Oh, there's my shadow. And we've got some locally native Grindelia stricta. This is going to be full of bright yellow sunflowers. I'm also working on transitioning in a little Blue Jeans wild lilac and some more ground cover manzanitas to take the place of this once very large lavender. And while I still have the lavender, I was working on getting this sticky monkey flower going, Mimulus aurantiacus. As well as some little buckwheats, Eriogonum parvifolium, waiting for them to burst into action. I've also got some Mendocino reedgrass here that I've kind of sprinkled all over. So partially what I'm thinking is I took out some of the lower stuff and I've incorporated some natives, as I also incorporate some taller stuff. Here's a cute little blue oak, Quercus douglasii, that I am waiting for it to do its fun stuff. And this is the tail end of the Bouteloua gracilis blonde ambition with these super fun little mustache inflorescences. This is mixed in an area where there was a ton of lavender stochas, the Spanish lavender, and some of these other lavender seedlings. A ton of Santa Barbara daisy, which is kind of needing some pruning. So here it was a perennial bed that I thought I could just transition to some different grasses. There is going to be a desert willow. He's only 1 foot tall right now. And that's gonna sort of grow up and be the canopy for this area right here along with my blue oak. So there's the wall that I built to raise up the grade level a little bit, get a mound going. And here's one of the manzanita, ground cover manzanitas, emerald carpet, which was already here. So this was awesome. And I'm just gonna transition some more of these guys. And next on the chopping block is gonna be the mature mock orange, because I foresee this area as a haven for ribes, the currants, and some other semi-shade lovers. And here's another big decision. What happens when little Mr. Squirrel brings you a little acorn, little hybridized Quercus agrifolia, Coast Live Oak hybrid. And then there's a pistache here, this Chinese pistache, which is a knockout in the fall, but frankly, who is it doing any good for other than me for about 3 weeks? So, do we take out the nearly mature pistache and allow room for Mr. Oak? And I say yes, because if you have all watched Doug Tellemy's talk, you realize this oak can provide a home and food for hundreds of little critters and creatures, where I'm not really sure how many are gonna really take advantage of Mr. Pistache. So this is sort of my transition attempt. I cut off a few branches to allow more sun to Mr. Oak, and we're just gonna see what happens, but it's a big decision. The other thing I'd like to transition out are these pepper trees, which look pretty swell next to my country fence. But again, are they really offering much food or cover to any of the creatures around here? And instead, could I incorporate some more baby oaks? Could I get some large-scale manzanitas going as I think about taking out this last star jasmine? Can I think about 9-bark? Can I think about this dark star ceanothus to transition out as I get things going? Little John Dorley manzanita to take over where a star jasmine or some ivy would have been. Other options for ivy substitutes: more of the manzanitas, evergreen currant, which is Ribes vivernifolium, appreciates a little shade because it likes to hang out in the edges of woodlands. Maybe I can take out this non-native mirror plant and I can bring in some Rhus ovata or Rhus integrifolia, the sugar bush and the lemonade berry bush. And again, maybe I can take out my pepper tree and allow my little oak baby to do his thing. There's lots of decisions you can make along the way to just take one thing out and transition to a more ecologically sound and rich environment. Oh, look at that. Right on cue, a little bird went by. And this is my last area that I was going to show you. I'm transitioning out this mock orange to a Galvesia speciosa. This is some red fescue, fescue molate, blended with Idaho fescue. And here we are back again with our black sage. So Mr. Breath of Heaven is going to disappear. And again, we're going to bring in some white sage, sticky monkey flower, which is more akin to this area around here. I'm going to bring in some more Grindelia for some nice yellow. I'm going to bring in some seaside daisy. I've been playing around with different buckwheats as well. So these are all some great ideas as we appreciate the landscape we've got, but maybe think about what comes next.
Okay, Kat, that was fun. Thank you. So let's see. It's very interesting that you are in taking this slow approach. You're planting now, and then you'll be pulling other plants out over the course of time.
Right. And I think some of that is probably similar to other clients or other people where maybe the cash flow is not quite, you're not ready to do the whole thing full stop, but you can rip out one thing and put in three. And if you can do it in phases in your head, bits and pieces. And as to if you're a DIYer like me and you only have so much time, maybe I'm not going to plant all 50 plants. Maybe I'll plant 5, 10 and keep chipping away at it. But I think for myself, I like to just play and figure things out as I go. I kind of weekend warrior my way through things. So when it's on my own garden, so that's kind of the approach I'm taking.
And it looks like you mulch pretty heavily. Is that right?
I do. Yeah. I love the tree chip mulch from the arborists. I've had at least 10 truckloads delivered over the years and in different gardens of mine. Sometimes if the blades are not super sharp, you get kind of a scrappy load. But what I tell people is that's okay. You can pick up the biggest twigs and pick up the biggest chunks. And then maybe you pay for a yard of some more uniform looking mulch so that, whoever's in your household doesn't freak out at the large pile that has been delivered. But also when the piles get delivered, they've got leaves, they've got twigs, they've got little bits in there that starts to compost down almost immediately. So sometimes people call me saying, my pile is going to be on fire. And no, it's not. It's just heat and could be a little smoky. Those leaves and the twigs, the smaller things can break down. And you might want to wear a mask when you shovel it all out, but I just love it. Put it on nice and thick. And I have 0 weeds. And I live right next to a big open vineyard with tons of weeds.
Mm-hmm. So you can get free wood chips from Chip Drop if people are not.
Yes.
Chip Drop. And
Yes.
You just go on and you sign up for what you want, and they hook you up with an arborist who needs to get rid of a load of chips. So it works
Yes.
out very well for everybody.
It does.
What is the approximate cost? Well, we're not worried about the approximate cost of a truckload of arborist chips. So wood chips cost about $30 a yard plus delivery is my experience. So it can be pretty expensive for something that you can really get.
Yeah. I mean, if you're doing a whole garden, you can be out $3,500 for paid for mulch. You can do the arborist route and it's $20 for their lunch fee. So, if I'm there and I just give the guys $20 or whatever. I don't know actually if there's a fee for Chip Drop.
Chip Drop, I think, is a voluntary offering.
Okay.
But I don't think there's a fee for it. So someone asked, when will you be planting in your garden again?
I'm planting all the time.
Yeah, you plant even in the summer?
Yeah, even in the summer, because in the summer, so the availability of natives is sometimes a little weird. Nursery trade has a lot available in the spring when things have flowers, but that's not necessarily the ideal time to plant a lot of the natives. They'd rather be planted in the fall when they're getting ready to go into that winter rainy season. But the nursery trade, like landscaping, stops for no one, and it doesn't stop when it's hot either. So I just add more water to make sure that they're transitioning well into their new spot and I mean, nobody really wants to be out on a hot day, so plants don't either. So I figure if I'm not comfortable outside, they're not comfortable, and I try to avoid planting then.
I know it's easiest to plant in the fall when the days are shorter and it's cooler, there's less stress on your plants, but we did also have our garden planted earlier than that, and we just applied water and it worked. Sometimes you just have to plant when you have to plant.
Yeah.
Beautiful plant labels, Kat.
Oh, thanks.
You're welcome. So
I'm teaching myself iMovie and teaching myself how to upload on YouTube, and I apologize for the low res. It looked great on my computer, and I'm watching it being uploaded. And I'm like, ooh, yikes.
Well, we're of that age where we're leaning on our children to help us with the technical things, but I think your daughters did not even have to help you.
They did not. Maybe they should have.
That's good. Okay, so if you want to watch this video again and be able to view it more slowly so you can really tell what those plants are, when it goes up on YouTube, you can watch it in freeze frame. So you can write down the plant names if you want to know what they are. Okay, so if you'd like to see a portfolio of the gardens that Kat has designed, you can go to Find a Designer on the Garden Tours website. Look up Kat Weiss and you'll see the beautiful gardens that she has had on the tour over the years. And why don't we go, Kat, now and look at your second video?
Let's do it.
Okay.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to my house. My name is Kat Weiss, and the garden is about 2.5 years old for the things that I've added to it, but it was an existing garden, started in 2003, and I did keep some things because they were working well and very drought tolerant. So this house has a parkway strip, as you can see. I've added the tree chip mulch to it, which has helped immeasurably to keep down the weeds. Bindweed is still an issue. And I've also added some things. The HOA is actually in control of the parkway strip, but they said if I added some things and I wanted to take care of them, then I could. So I've added some island pink yarrow, and today is July 30th. So you can see that this is kind of a late summer occurrence where the Santa Barbara daisies have already passed, and you can see the seed heads on there. And I kind of prefer to keep the seeds to see who wants to eat anything. This is a hummingbird sage, Salvia spathacea, which is still lovely, even late in the summer. And we've got some freewheeling lavenders. There's a baby deer grass that I just put in, and the lavenders kind of tend to reseed themselves, happy accidents, and I just let it go. I've tried to put some emerald carpet manzanitas in here and added a couple more deer grass, so you can see it's quite a long piece of parkway strip. And then as we come around here, you'll notice the two chartreuse colored Breath of Heavens. Those were already here, and so what I'm doing is trying to add a bit of gray around them. What was here before was a field of star jasmine, so I came in and added this boulder wall, these gorgeous boulders. These are called Ocean Pearl, and I also recycled a bunch of rock from a fountain that we took out in the backyard, some bluestone pieces. I've got some Zebra River boulders under there, which are also gorgeous. And then here you can see this is our little Salvia apiana, and he's kind of new, the white sage. And again, here's the seed heads, and we're just gonna let those do their thing until I feel like coming out and snapping them off. Fun fact, deer like tomatoes. I just tried some tomato plants out here in the front for funsies, and the deer have found them, and they're just taking little tastes left and right. And we've got little monkey flower here, Mimulus ranchiacus. And then I've got a whole bunch of little California fuchsias, which I adore because at this point in time, late summer, they're starting to look awesome. I one in the pot here who looks really fun with this copper color against the boulders. And again, here's some recycled stone that we used. This is a bit of a rangy fellow. This is Grindelia stricta. This is the gum plant, native gum plant. They're all over Sycamore Grove Park, which is right across the street from me. So I thought I would bring it in to see what happens. And it's sort of 7 feet across with all of these wonderful yellow blossoms. And I'll probably cut it all the way down to the ground to get ready for next year. There's some Chinese fringe Loropetalum that were already here. Another of the California fuchsia, the Zauschneria or Epilobium, depending if you're talking to the nurseryman or the botanist. I also love doing pots. And I've got some native Dudleyias. This guy is probably 5 years, 6 years old, and he just hangs out and continues to grow, sends off these awesome shoots of tripendicular colored flowers. This is a little El Tigre fuchsia in here with a little Echeveria stuffed in there too. And one fun thing to do with pots is to go to Building Resources in South San Francisco, get some recycled terracotta or recycled glass of different colors that you can add to the top of your pots as a top dressing. And we can go down this little garden path here. This whole mound was not here, so I built this up. I've got some of the native mow-free sod in the backyard. So this little happy accident was a bunch of sod strips that were just left over. So I just threw down a little irrigation line and plopped the sod down to see what would happen. And now I have this lovely little grassy edge. And here's some paprika yarrow in there. A little blue fescue. And here is our Salvia mellifera, the black sage, who looked super cool in springtime and now is just kind of hanging out, still looking cool. The Galvesia, this guy's a baby, so I'm hoping he's going to flower a little bit more for me next year. And there's a couple Woods Compact Manzanitas, Arctostaphylos Woods Compact. This is a Kekiella cordifolia that you almost can't see in between all the mulch. And he had some really nice blossoms as well. Red, kind of an orangey red. And here is a friend's old birch tree that got chopped up, so I made some steps. And there's a John Dorley Manzanita who I just think is awesome. He's kind of funky shaped, sprawly. It's a baby, but he has beautiful fall color and then beautiful new spring growth, kind of purpley. And he'll get little flowers in the winter like most of the Manzanitas do. And here we have the California buckwheat, which is super cool. And I love the buckwheats. You can use 4, 5, 6 of them in one garden, and they all look like they're of the same family, but they have radically different sizes and textures. This guy could grow up to be about 7 feet around. The little creepy crawly ones, and you add it to this California buckwheat, and then you add it to St. Catherine's lace buckwheat, also not deer proof. And you've got like a whole buckwheat garden. You could just do a whole garden of manzanitas and buckwheats. And then I've got some baby ceanothuses up here. Julia Phelps. And there's a centennial. And then this is a little experiment. There is a pitcher sage right there behind the Breath of Heaven and Lepochina fragrance. And in front and all over the place, if you can see it, are seedlings of the goldenrod, which freely reseeded itself. So I went around and chopped the heads off them to see if I could get them to bush out a little bit more. And we'll see what happens. They should be coming into flower maybe 3 weeks, a month or so. And here's a baby Brandegee sage. And there's a child's wheelbarrow. And we've got our Artemisia pycnocephala right there. He's a little rangy. I might cut him back. For the most part, I just kind of let her rip and call it happy accidents. This is Bouteloua gracilis with these really fun little seed heads that to me look like little tiny mustaches. A really nice, light, airy grass. And this is a Siskiyou blue sage, which was originally created from Festuca idahoensis, but I think that in the trade we find that most of these guys are so hybridized that they might not be the original Idahoensis Siskiyou blue, but they're still fun. And here's a rock wall that is shoring up the bed. I've got some baby oaks happening right here that I'm hoping will sort of grow up and take over the Chinese pistache trees that were here. So it's kind of a transition to try to see if I can get some of these larger natives to overpower the typical landscape species that were originally here. And bit by bit, we can kind of go native. I'm hitting up on the 10-minute mark here, but I thought I would try to show you the view, for one, and the little western columbine, which is so much fun. Aquilegia formosa. He's kind of doing his thing in the full shade here. Here's a view of the little red fescue and molate fescue line. And then we go into a little bit of a shade garden and into the backyard. And this guy right here is the Arbutus marina, a hybrid originally created, we think, from the madrone and strawberry tree, but it's had some unclear origins when I've done my reading. Thanks for going on a little front yard tour with me. Bye.
All right, that was great, Kat. So let me tell people that we're going to have stick with me, Kat, we're going to have a brief musical interlude. And then Kat is doing double duty today because it is one of our rare mother-daughter garden tour events. You're the second one that I've had. So after we listen to the Bindweed sisters singing, we're going to go visit Kat's mother's garden and we'll see Kat again. So Kat, thank you very much for the presentation on your own garden. And might you be willing to continue answering questions that people have in the Zoom chat?
Yep.
Okay. So thank you so much. That was great. I know it was hard work making these videos, but you were early out of the gate and I was glad to see it.
Thanks.
Okay, so we'll be back with you in just a moment.
Okay.
And now we'll go to Stephanie, and here we go. Wait, I have to stop sharing, do I?
Let's see, I think Stephanie, you are sharing first, right?
Yep. Do I have a minute to share just a
Yes, please do.
it? I'm so thrilled to have the Son and Kathy. Besides all the hundreds or more gardens that you've inspired, you're also the godmother of at least one musical group, and that's myself and the Bindweed sisters. And I just want to show a couple quick photos from the 2019 garden tour, actually, where I had my garden live in person, and we had music in the garden, which is an idea Kathy had. And we had my friend Nancy Peterson here, second from the left, with her group at the time, singing in my yard. And it was so beautiful that when Nancy's group dissolved, we said, well, we have to do something. We have to start a singing group or musical group to play together in the garden and for gardeners. And let me forward here And at the time, I was actually struggling with bindweed. Here's my primary weed that I have in the garden. And I spent a lot of time weeding, but also singing. So that's why we are the Bindweed Sisters, music to inspire weeding. And we have a lot of fun. And here we are, and I'm shout out to my friends from left, Betsy, Angela, and Nancy, who are on the tour right now watching. And let's check out our music in the garden video.
Oh wait, I need my. Yeah, there you go. Anyway, so now I can like screw up the sleeping. Right by my eyes. And the bead of sweat dripping down the back. There's some sweat. I have an ear there that won't go past.
You should tip it the other way. Are you starting now?
En el canto de las olas encontré el rubor de luz. Por un canto de gaviotas supe que ahí estabas tú, despidiendo últimamente todo lo que sucedió. Todo que sucedió. Hoy saludo mi presente, gustores de tus adiós. Voy a navegar en tu puerto azul. Quisiera saber de dónde vienes tú. Vamos a dejar que el tiempo pare, ver nuestros recuerdos en los mares y esta soledad tan profunda. Quien del canto de las olas me quisiera sumergir, embriagándome en su aroma, algo nuevo descubrir. Voy a navegar en tu puerto azul, quisiera saber de dónde vienes tú. Vamos a dejar que el tiempo pare, ver nuestros recuerdos en los mares y esa soledad tan profunda que me cante el mar, un bolero de soledad, que me cante el mar, que ando sola con soledad, que me cante el mar, un bolero de soledad, que me cante el mar, que ando sola con soledad. Soledad y el
Stephanie, that was so fun.
Thank you. We had a great time doing it, and it's all inspired by you and native plants, Kathy.
Well, very sweet. So you never can tell what you're going to find in a native plant garden, huh?
You know, and the bindweed has become less. I mean, it didn't exactly weed itself, but I get a lot of help weeding, and I've been crowding it out with some good natives.
Good. Well, that was fun. Will you thank the Bindweed sisters and the Bindweed brother for us?
Oh yeah, the guest bindweed brother. We will definitely pass it on. Thanks, Kathy.
Okay, good. I see a lot of compliments. You should make sure your friends see that. Okay, we're going to go now. And actually, this was supposed to be my introduction. I just kind of got ahead of myself. That was an ode to native plants, the Bindweed sisters. And that was in Stephanie Preugel's beautiful garden in San Leandro. If you'd like to see more of her garden, you can, what can you do? You can, I think, look at the agenda and link over there.
I'll put the link in the chat to my garden page on your website, and it has also a plant list.
Yep, that would be great. Okay, thank you very much. So we're going to go back now to meet with Kat Weiss and her mom, Carol Hardesty. And Kat's going to be giving a talk. Still have that 80s lawn surrounded by mature non-native plants. Time to re-envision and sheet mulch to a new native garden. So this is the before photo of the Hardesty's back garden. And this is this garden now. So this garden was just planted in the fall of last year. And Kat designed it. And Mrs. Hardesty is very lucky to have Kat as her daughter because Kat is such a beautiful designer. And this garden has these large flagstone steps that wend through the garden and paths that go around it. Here's some seaside daisy. And here's the beautiful spice bush. And let me stop sharing and we'll go now to meet with Kat again. Kat, are you with us? Or
I am.
Is your mom going to join us or is she watching?
My mom is watching.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, Carol, I've been wanting to have your garden on the tour for a long, long time. So I'm glad we got there. So let's see. Shall we just like leap right into the video and then we can see what come up? Okay, Jessica, let's go ahead. Let me stop sharing.
Good morning. I'm Kat Weiss, and I'd like to welcome you to my parents' garden, Don and Carol Hardesty, in Livermore, California. And this was an existing garden, originally planted in 1980. So the trees are quite mature at this point in time. It had a very large lawn, and my parents finally made the decision to take out the lawn and invite in a lot more wildlife. And since the transformation, my father can report that the bird life has just exploded. They also added 2 water features, this little guy here and a basalt fountain that you see in the distance there. We added boulders, paths, ginger vines, a little bit more flagstone paving, and all of this that you see in the middle right here was all lawn. We brought in about 350 plants to fill in some of the side areas as well. And as you've all probably listened to Dr. Tellemy's talk by now, this is hopefully going to help the native populations of birds, butterflies, other little critters to feed our birds. And now I'm gonna take you on a little walk here. The garden has several different ecosystems, little microsystems rather. There's some shady areas where we added some Heuchera maxima. I'll show you a larger one of those soon. We added the Ribes viburnifolium evergreen currant. We added some Erigeron glaucus white lights. We added Erigeron curvinskianus, the Santa Barbara daisy, which is pretty well known because it tolerates just about everything. We also added both the white form and the blue form of the Douglas iris, Iris douglasiana. And here's a close-up of the Heuchera maxima flowers. So cute. We have giant chain fern, Woodwardia fimbriata. Also in the shade, we have Mimulus aurantiacus, sticky monkey flower. And around here, the sticky monkeys grow on the north slope, so they do get a bit of an afternoon shade. It can tolerate full sun out here, but I'm finding they really prefer to have a little bit more protection. We've also got some Mahonias. This one's kind of covered with some tree stuff and not quite in flower yet. Also on the edge of the shade here, we have the Heuchera sanguinea. This one is the Splendens variety. The Heuchera sanguinea, native to the southwestern area. There is a 9-bark that we planted back in 2005, which is huge. And in the shade, you can see some more Mahonia. There are some Diamond Heights Ceanothus. Here's a lovely fountain. So to keep the 9-bark company, some Mahonia. Diamond Heights, always fun to use and brighten up a little shady area with those bright chartreuse colors. These are Calistoga boulders, also called Willow Creek in some landscape supply yards. That's a fun little number.
Mike, look at her panel.
It is a compressed eucalyptus
Yeah.
panel that you can get to
That's
use
wood.
as decoration like I did, or you can also use it for fencing. It comes in 4x8 also. Here is the little Wayne Roderick Seaside Daisy, just showing up for the party. And I'll give you a little bit of an overview. This is a mound that we built from the old lawn. We've got our irises. We've got this radiant number, Penstemon heterophilus Margarita Bop, which has become very popular for those iridescent flowers. And this is our Calamagrostis foliosa, Mendocino reedgrass, which you can see the Canyon Snow Douglas iris just beyond. Nice little drift of those. And the Eriogonum umbulatum, sulfur buckwheat. And the buckwheat's, again, huge family of largely gray-leaved plants that you can use in combination in any sunny spot. And then we have our Sphaeralsia ambigua. This is one of the globe mallows. These are really fun. They come from the southwest area. Sphaeralsia incana is another. Sphaeralsia monroeana. Fun to use because the color, it's quite variable. This one tends towards a light pink salmon color. They can also be quite orange. And look at this guy. This is our Ceanothus centennial. Tiny little leaves, which probably also could tell you that the deer aren't going to like this guy very much because there's just not much meat on it. So if you go to your smaller leaf Ceanothuses, Dark Star, Julia Phelps, they will be a little bit more successful if you've got a deer issue. Here is a close-up of our purple form Douglas iris. And here's grandmother's cottage. little baby Bootalua, blue grama grass. They'll come up with these super cute little mustache-shaped flowers. And just popping up, the milkweeds. These, of course, are super important for our monarchs, habitat as well as feeding. So even though they turn into true perennials, dry up, leave them there until you can tell for sure if somebody has taken it as a home or not. We've got some ground cover manzanitas, little Massachusetts and Point Reyes. Grandmother's cottage has some California fuchsia, which is a great one for late flowering into the summer. Red tubular flowers, hummingbirds love it. A little bit more irises in there. And behind us there's another 9-bark, Physocarpus capitatus, and Symphocarpus, our snowberry, native snowberry. Good for the woodland edges, which is where they kind of like to be. They don't mind some sun, but they're sort of used to peeking out amongst the larger forested areas. There's our little Cercis occidentalis, red bud. He's going to make a nice little pop of color in the very early season. And this is our native dogwood, Cornus sericea, Bailey. It's these beautiful little umbels of flowers and very red stems. And another fuchsia. It's going to look fabulous late summer. Little Bailey there. Here's the garden from this angle. So even if you have existing plants that you've noticed aren't really providing as much food and habitat as you would like, you can always find a place, and maybe you have a really big place that you can fit in some natives. Bring in the fun. We have a lot of native Dudleas that love to be on a mound or in a pot. This is Dudleya pulverulenta. You can pair it with a boulder. They look really awesome. Dudleya palmeri. You can try Dudleya farinosa, Dudleya candelabrum. They are starting to be more available in the trade. Just make sure it's a reputable source that you get it from. And here is our Eriogonum grandivibescens, little ruby buckwheat, another fabulous plant for low color, spring to summer. Thank you for joining me.
Well, Kath, that was beautiful. So that garden was planted last fall, is that right?
Yeah, and I almost thought about attempting yet another video like last week, because it's absolutely exploded in all dimensions, and it looks pretty awesome. But yeah, that was planted in last fall.
And when did you make that video then? You did it early.
It was early spring, so I want to say, where are we, May? I think it was probably sometime in mid-March or something.
So it was just a few months old then, 4 months old or something.
Right.
That looks fantastic.
Thanks. Yeah, I think it looks great too. I do wish you could see it now, because it's even better.
Photos. Take some photos.
Okay, I will.
So when your mom has it on the tour again, we have a nice collection of photos. So I know your mom's been really happy with the garden and with the birds that it's attracted.
She has been. And I would say it's one of these COVID gardens where we did it, we were still in lockdown. And I think it probably saved both my parents' souls to just have something to focus on and get out there and play in the garden. Even though, you know, there's not a lot of care right now, it's still, you know, you can, if you want, you can choose to deadhead or you can choose to putter around. So it's been a good addition.
So what'd you do with the big lawn? How did you manage with the big lawn? And we got some question about that.
Yeah, the big lawn is still there and it's just under it all. So typically they had a mow strip. So that was an easy fix to dig all the lawn up around the mow strip, maybe about 12 inches or so, and just dump that in a big pile. And then we just added some more soil to that pile. The lawn is under there somewhere. I typically will add about 6 to 8 inches of some decent garden mix, some loam that has some organic materials in it. Put that on top and just kind of, walk around on it, stomp on it, water it a little bit, and plant in that. When I was originally doing this, I was just attempting to plant right in the old sod. And that wasn't quite as successful because air pockets and chunks of sod are not the best to plant in. So I do add some soil to the top of it. The succulent mound it's actually got a third 3/8 inch lava rock mixed in there for some better drainage for the succulents. And so you can use like a third compost, loam, and the smaller lava pieces to mix in.
And the reason that people should consider keeping their lawn, if they're going to do any digging up of the edging anyway, on
Right.
site is for drainage. Is that right?
Right. Well, two things. The one thing is the drainage. Almost all natives love to have their feet up just a little bit. Out here in the inland nation, we are clay everywhere. So if you can just lift things up a little bit, it helps a lot. But the other thing is that for many of our suburban gardens, they scraped it all clean when they built the house, stuck a lawn on it, and called it a day. And so that lawn might be the only organic matter you have on that piece of soil with its root zone and its leaves. So why not use it to compost and build some more soil underneath those layers?
So it sounds like what you did is you just dug away like on the parking strip near the edge. Is that right? Just to keep the lawn
Right.
from continuing to grow up near that edge.
Right. Yep. You just dig away the edge because I also sheet mulch. So I add cardboard to most of my projects, this one included, to keep the moisture in, keep the weeds down, make it all nice and tidy. So when you have, a concrete edge, you want to come down with the lawn. So the cardboard comes, then the mulch comes on top, and you don't have it spilling over your paving.
Well, when we started running our mulching workshops many, many years ago, you were the first workshop that we ran one with at Dixie Finley's garden. Did you remember that?
Yeah.
Pictures of that. Well, Kat, that was beautiful. I loved seeing your new garden. I loved seeing your mother's garden where you tell your mom, I've been thinking about her garden for many years and wanting to have Mrs. Hardesty's garden on the tour. So I'm finally glad that we did. And when we get back to a live tour, hopefully next year, I hope you guys can both be on it as a mother-daughter duo.
Yes, it's been great. It's been a lot of fun.
Will you stay on and answer any further questions on Zoom? So if you'd like to see more of Kat's work, you can go to Find a Designer on the Garden Tours website. Look under Kat Weiss and you'll see a portfolio of her beautiful, beautiful gardens. And Kat, thank you so much.
Thank you. It's been fun.
So we're going to go now to our last presentation of the day. And this takes place at the Bridgeview Pollinator Garden. And the talk is Life and Death on Milkweed. This presentation was created by Mei Chen and it'll be narrated by Clisha Curley. So if you've grown milkweed, you've most likely seen that they become covered in aphids. And in this segment, we'll be seeing what's really happening on milkweed when we're not looking. Mei Chen is a volunteer with the Friends of Sawsell Creek. This presentation was created by Mei, who took all of these amazing photographs, identified the insects, and knows their stories. And it will be narrated by garden tour host and entomologist Clisha Curley. Some of you may have been to Clisha and Joe's beautiful garden in Trestle Glen in past years. The Friends of Sawsell Creek work to restore, maintain, and protect the Sawsell Creek watershed, which is located in Oakland. Through the Friends, an army of volunteers work to remove invasive non-native species, plant native plants grown in their native plant nursery, control erosion, pick up trash, and more. If you'd care to volunteer with them or check them out, you can look at sawsellcreek.org. One of the Friends' many successful projects has been the creation of a pollinator garden. So let's go now and see what's happening in the garden in Oakland and what could be happening in yours. Let me stop sharing. So hello, Clisha, how are you?
Hello, Kathy. I'm good. Good to be back.
Nice to have you. A beautiful background again. So where are you in your screen there?
In the Bridgeview Pollinator Garden in Oakland.
Okay.
Yes, where we gave a little talk from a couple of weeks ago.
All right. So why don't we just launch right into it?
Okay, I'm going to share.
Do I need to stop sharing?
Nope, you're all good.
Okay, share. Okay. Is that good? You see me?
You look perfect.
Okay, and I see a lot of people on the side there, but maybe I can just ignore that. Anyway, so we're back in the Bridgeview Pollinator Garden in Oakland, and in 2015, the native narrowleaf milkweed was planted in the garden to bring in butterflies and, of course, to feed their larvae, the caterpillars. These caterpillars only feed on milkweed, so it's one of the big reasons we need it. So over several years, May, after these plants were planted, May watched the milkweed plants, and she soon found herself fascinated by something besides the monarchs, which we will see, and Kathy's already alluded to. So many, milkweed is full of toxic chemicals, and insects that feed on them have evolved to be able to eat them and to accumulate those toxins in their bodies, and then they use them as a defensive mechanism. They advertise the fact that they're distasteful by their orange and red and black coloration. So you see here a couple of, well, actually 3 kinds of insects that feed on milkweed, and they all have this striking warning coloration. And that gives them some protection from certain predators, especially birds. One of the insects that feeds on milkweed is the so-called oleander aphid. Oleander also has a lot of toxins in it. I may occasionally refer to it as the milkweed aphid. Either way, same aphid. And interestingly enough, there are many things that are very happy to feed on these aphids, and that's part of what we'll see today. So this is basically, this presentation is May's story of how to control these aphids by doing nothing. The take-home message is wait, watch, and let nature take its course. And you're going to see that the aphids are going to bring in many other insects, many other what we refer to as beneficial insects that help create a healthy environment and a functioning ecosystem that basically takes care of things. May has documented feeding on these aphids by several different kinds of insects. Do you see my pointer here? I hope so. Anyway, okay. So the ones that she has documented are include some flies. So these are fly larvae, parasitic wasps, a neuropteran or a lacewing larvae. This guy you know, so milkweeds and their larvae, and another beetle, soldier beetles. And this is really just the tip of the iceberg in terms of food webs, but all of these things she has found coming into the garden to enjoy these aphids that, of course, at the base of that food web is the plant, the milkweed. So this is the kind of picture that tends to give gardeners the willies. And actually, I think it was last weekend, a couple of people mentioned aphids on milkweeds and felt uncomfortable about them. And, you know, beautiful as this is, it is a bit jarring sometimes. And one of the interesting things about aphids is they seem to kind of appear overnight. And so I just wanted to talk a tiny bit about why that is. Colonies of aphids consist of all females. So here are adult females. This one is giving birth. So they give birth to a live offspring. There are no males involved. The oleander aphid, actually, there are no males known of the oleander aphid, so they can reproduce fine without, they must reproduce without mating. And then these new little nymphs that are born alive already have inside of themselves the next generation of offspring developing. So basically, we like to say aphids are born pregnant. As you can imagine, this makes the generation time sort of telescoped and very, very short. And so you can get these very large populations of aphids growing up almost literally overnight. Okay. When the colonies get crowded, some of the aphids will become alate or will have wings so that they can disperse. If the plant gets old, also they will disperse. So this colony has now started to make some winged aphids that can go on and make a new colony somewhere. Here's a close-up picture of a winged aphid. And this guy over here, you can see these little shoulders. So this is a last stage aphid right before it becomes adults. This little shoulder shows that there's that one is also going to become a winged aphid. Aphids have piercing, sucking mouth parts, and they insert those mouth parts into the plant tissue to take up plant sap. And in particular, they feed on phloem. Phloem is the very sweet and liquidy food. And because they ingest so much sugar and so much liquid, they also excrete a lot of sugar and a lot of liquid. And what comes out the other end is something we refer to as honeydew. So that's basically aphid poop. In this photo, you can also see a milkweed bug, again with that warning coloration and also with its mouth parts inserted into the plant. But this is just one of the many kinds of insects that feeds on milkweeds. So here is some fresh honeydew that's all over the plumes, the seed plumes, and this is fresh honeydew. You can see little droplets. Honeydew is actually very nutritious because it's so high in sugar, and it's eaten by birds and mosquitoes, ants and wasps, and over 40 different species of wild native solitary bees have been documented to feed on it. So it is actually a very important food source. You guys probably know also that ants love to eat this stuff, and many aphid species are tended by ants just so they can eat this honeydew. One of the bad things about honeydew is something else that likes to feed on it, which is a fungus. So sooty mold fungus grows on the honeydew. You get this awful black looking stuff. And this is maybe one of the worst things about having aphids, or one thing that gardeners don't like about aphids is this unsightly honeydew. It's this black coating you get on the leaves. So this picture was taken at the height of the aphid infestation in the garden. And so this is a little bit, the aphids have been around for a little while. Honeydew, by the way, is also the reason you shouldn't park under certain street trees. Aphid-infested street trees, you will find your car all covered in sticky stuff. So the aphid infestations of the garden over the years that May was looking at them, they recurred in successive years. The narrowleaf milkweed, as I think Kat maybe alluded to, goes away at the end of the season and then comes back up again. So year after year, these narrowleaf milkweeds appear, and the aphids come. They come right back, and it's not very long before they also have some visitors. So here we have a ladybug who has found this colony. So there are many species of ladybugs in the garden, and they very quickly, as I said, find the colonies. This colony has more dead aphids than live. I'll show you a closer up picture in a minute, but all these black carcasses here are dead aphids. And also apparent here are these white guys here, which are the shed skins of aphids. So when they molt, they leave behind these white skins. And it may be because there's honeydew around. Anyway, they always seem to hang around, and you always see these in colonies. So this indicates that this was a very populous colony, and that is now being decimated as we go through the season. Here again, closer up, are some dead aphids among the living. And some of these cast skins So these four species of ladybugs were the first to colonize the garden. And this is a mix of both native and introduced species. Hippodamia convergens here down on the bottom left is the one that we see aggregating in winter in many Bay Area locations. So it may be one that you've seen. It's really wonderful to come across these in big masses in the winter. Redwood Park, for example, down by the creek, they often aggregate there, and probably you guys have seen them elsewhere. So here's two more ladybug species that were found in the garden. So a total of 6 that May has documented. Up in the upper left is the California lady beetle eating an aphid, as they tend to do. And what else did I want to say about these? Yeah, so six species of ladybugs that have come in to feed on aphids here. They don't waste any time in reproducing. These are lady beetle eggs laid on the back side of a narrow-leaf milkweed leaf. So if you see these, make sure you leave them there, because what's going to come out of those are little baby ladybugs. Here is that cluster of eggs. They have all hatched, now just the shells left. And here's a baby ladybug, a ladybug larva, and another one here, very small, that have not dispersed yet. So they are just about to go off and start finding aphids of their own to eat. So it took a few days between that first picture that May took of the eggs and when she went back. By the way, May goes to the garden virtually every day, and so she can visit sites over and over again. So a few days after that she noticed those eggs, she came back and found that they had hatched. Ladybug larvae, many gardeners still don't recognize these, and it's very important to recognize these because you really like to have these around. They look like little mini alligators. They can eat, some species have been documented to eat as a larva, maybe 200 or 300 aphids during their development. So that's pretty good. The adults do even better than that, but here you can see one feeding on a winged aphid. So these are a couple of different species of ladybug larvae. Another stage of the ladybug that maybe is unfamiliar to gardeners is the pupa. And here we have some sooty mold again. But so this orange guy here, that's a ladybug pupa. And again, if you see that on your plants, just let it be, because a ladybug is going to emerge from there. Here's one that looks slightly different, but they're fairly recognizable. They're not going to be moving around. They're just a little orange blob among the aphids. This is a sequence of photos that May took of a ladybug adult just emerging, so out of the pupal case. So here it is just starting to pop out, a little further out, down at the bottom left. It's almost all the way out. So here is the adult, and here the pupal case, and now it's finally completely out. This ladybug has extended its hind wings, which are membranous. That's how they fly. So they're extended so they can dry up. And the characteristic forewings of a beetle, they're hard, referred to as the elytra, and they also need to dry and darken up and turn into their typical ladybug dark red coloration. Not all of them are dark red, but this one will darken up. So although ladybugs are probably the best known of the beetle predators, or maybe of all the predators of aphids, May has also documented another beetle that, and again, she's gotten a great picture of this guy feeding on an aphid. This is a soldier beetle in the family Cantharidae. They tend to eat all kinds of soft-bodied insects in the garden. Generally considered very beneficial, and also very common for people to see and maybe not to know so much what they are. Here's a pair of those soldier beetles mating. So here's one, here's the other, and a typical, this is how they mate, sort of back to back, one front to back, whatever, kind of a strange arrangement, but that's how they do it. So again, the adults tend to hang around flowers, so they'll eat whatever soft-bodied insects they find there. The larvae also are carnivorous, or predaceous, but we very rarely see those. They tend to be in the soil. We talk about syrphid flies, which are bee mimics. Often we talk about them as what they do among flowers, and they are very, very good pollinators. So here are 4 syrphid flies that May has photographed in the garden. But for our purposes and for this story, what we're really interested in are the syrphid larvae. So the adults feed on nectar and pollen. But the larvae are predators of, again, many soft-bodied insects, but they're really, really great aphid predators. So thanks in part to all the syrphids that we have in the garden, there's plenty of, thanks to the aphids, there are plenty of food for the many different kinds of syrphids that we find in the garden. Here's another 4 species. So May has documented 8 different species. There are probably more, but she has photographed these 8, and larvae of all 8 of those do feed on aphids. Some syrphid larvae feed on other things, but all of these are known to feed on aphids. This, I think, is a wonderful picture showing a sort of a sharing of the bounty. So here is a ladybug adult who is happily chomping away on aphids in here, and 2 syrphid larvae. Sometimes they're a little bit hard to find, but here they are all sharing. Oh, and here, which I had never noticed before, is another phenomenon that we will talk about a little later on, but a lot of aphid control going on here. Right here is a larva of a syrphid. It's got an aphid in its mouth, and it basically draining the fluid out of that aphid. And as I said, I didn't say, but these guys can eat 400 to 500 aphids in their lifetimes. So again, a very good control agent. When you see, so here's the syrphid larva again. This is the head end. This pointy end is the head end. They're legless, blind, and when you see them casting about looking for prey, it's really kind of a little bit creepy. May does have some videos of that, and I decided not to show them because they even give me a little bit of the willies. So they do cast about with this blind head of theirs, looking for aphids, and they do very well in finding them. So here are some syrphids of different species. They look somewhat different from each other, but they have many things in common. So again, they all have this sort of pointy head, blunt at the end. They are legless, blind, sort of inconspicuous, and they're fly larvae, so not entirely attractive, but they do a great job. Here, this arrow is pointing to a syrphid egg. A female has laid an egg here among the aphids. Before becoming adults, these syrphids have to pupate, and so then the last larval instar or stage, the skin becomes a sort of a puparium, a covering, and the fly will pupate inside of there. It starts out green, later becomes brown, often attached to the leaves, but sometimes they fall down into the soil to pupate. But again, here's something that might look like a weird thing among your plants, but is something you definitely want to leave there. Here's a picture of syrphid fly. a syrphid adult laying an egg. So when you see an insect sort of curving its abdomen around down like that, oftentimes you may be watching an oviposition event or a laying of an egg. And so that's what's happening here. And here is an egg also laid, which an adult has laid. And what's really cool is these flies know that they should lay the eggs among aphid colonies, because when this egg hatches, there will be food right there for the larva. So just want to emphasize again that the adults are really great pollinators, and they're really good in their own right, and that the larvae are wonderful control agents for many different kinds of soft-bodied insects. So syrphids are really important insects in the garden. May found another fly larva among the aphids. This is a midge larva, much smaller than the syrphid larva. The adult, I hope you can see here in the corner, it's a little bit off my screen, but here's a picture, one of the few pictures, I think there are only 2 in here that May did not take, but this is an adult right down here in the corner, very inconspicuous, tiny, like a tiny little mosquito, not something you will probably see, but you will find aphid midge larvae among aphid colonies. What do I want to tell you? Oh, so yeah, so the adults will lay probably again about 100 eggs in their lifetime. So lots of little larvae to feed on these aphids. Here's a midge larva, again, very small, but very capable of taking on an adult aphid. They inject a venom into them and then just suck out the contents of the aphid. This aphid has been a little upset by this and is exuding these little droplets out of its cornicles. And there's an alarm pheromone that is in that secretion, and that does warn other aphids of the danger of this because it's being attacked. Oh, this is a great little video that, uh-oh, hello, Ginger. Hold on one sec. Joe, could you get the dog? Sorry. I'm going to show you this video if I can get it started. So this shows another way that aphids tend to defend themselves. This is sort of a colony defense. They kick up their legs and wag their butts. And this is something that they do when they are under attack, and it just lets the other aphids know that something is up. So that's kind of fun. Oops, sorry. Something quite different is a lacewing larva. You probably have not seen lacewing larvae, but though I think you probably have seen the adults, and I'll show you a picture of an adult in a minute. So these guys are also referred to as aphid lions. Again, they are not, don't necessarily just eat aphids, but they do eat many different kinds of soft-bodied insects, including caterpillars and so forth. Here's a close-up shot of a lacewing larva, and you can see these, where'd my thing go? These fearsome jaws, like little ice tongs, and they will grab the prey with that, and again, suck out the contents. Up here on the top is a picture of the lacewing adult. Again, this is a picture not taken by May, but one of the 2 that was not. And you've probably seen these flying around perhaps in the garden. The adults don't necessarily feed on aphids or are not necessarily predaceous. It depends on the species. Many of them just visit flowers and take nectar, but the larvae are always predaceous. Okay. Oh, the lacewing eggs are really cool. They are laid on a stalk, so always laid on the end of a stalk. So if you see these, we know that a lacewing larva will hatch from there. And it's proposed that they are laid on a stalk to protect them from their carnivorous siblings. lacewings, as soon as they hatch, are very hungry and very active, and they look for something to eat. And apparently, if something to eat happens to be another lacewing larva nearby, they will, or an egg, they will eat that. So, so this is thought to be protective of the eggs. So this is well, I don't even know what to call it. It's not really an organism. Anyway, these are referred to aphid mummies. It's what I saw in the picture before that I said I'm going to tell you more about. Among the absolutely most important control agents of aphids and of many other insects are parasitic wasps. And parasitic wasps will lay eggs in their hosts and develop inside. And so these brown, papery looking or sort of puffed up aphids have a wasp developing inside of them, and we refer to them as aphid mummies. Here's a closer up view of an aphid mummy. So again, they all have this sort of, they just don't look right. They're brown and big. When you see those among your plants, you should be really happy. The adult wasps, they feed basically on sugary stuff. So they'll feed on honeydew, they'll feed on nectar and so forth, but their offspring must develop inside, in this case, an aphid. So the female will lay an egg in the aphid, the larva of the wasp will develop completely inside that aphid. And then, okay, this one also did not take, so we're up to 3, but the adult will chew her way out, or his, but they often are females. They have more females than males actually, chew a perfectly round hole in the aphid and come out. So you can imagine how small this adult wasp is. Very, very small to develop its entire life and become an adult inside an aphid. Another great picture of an aphid mummy. So if you see an aphid colony with mummies among them, that's great. If you see them with emerged holes, also great. It is also one of the reasons you don't want to just be knocking aphids off necessarily, not without looking carefully, because you don't want to disturb the wasps that are developing here. Another great picture of sharing. So here is a soldier beetle, a ladybug larva, lady beetle larva, and syrphid larva, all feeding, sharing the bounty here. Okay. Oh, I did want to say about that. Hold on. That this picture showing a lot of different natural enemies together feeding on aphids just made me think about the fact that we often that it's a common practice to bring natural enemies into various places, mainly greenhouses and crops, to control insects. But I just want to emphasize again that all of these insects have come in on their own, brought in by these aphids. They home in on the damage that's done to the plant. Sometimes there are other ways that they find them, but they've all come here naturally. Again, you can buy various biocontrol agents. I'd say the most controversial among those are the ladybugs, and we generally don't recommend doing that because it does environmental harm, and also they're not very useful in controlling. When you bring in adults especially, they tend to disperse. So just an aside I wanted to make here. So we celebrate lady beetles, we celebrate syrphid larvae because they eat aphids and we don't like aphids. But I'd like to think more about there not being really good bugs and bad bugs, but just about how interesting the various associations are that go on in a garden. And this is a really particularly interesting one that May, I think, was very lucky to find and to photograph. This is a bizarre phenomenon of a ladybug who has been parasitized by a wasp again, and who's now standing guard over that wasp's cocoon. So a wasp laid an egg in this ladybug. It developed inside. It came out, it spun a cocoon, and with the help, this is what's proposed, but I think it's probably true because we know that in other situations, with the help of a virus, is sort of controlling the behavior of this ladybug, who sort of stands there and twitches a bit, sometimes referred to as a zombie, and protects the the wasp that is developing inside. When the wasp emerges as an adult, actually, I've read that some of these aphids actually recover. So maybe 20-25% of them actually recover, the rest die. But it's just a fascinating story that May was able to capture here. Here's another parasitic wasp. I told you parasitic wasps are really important ecologically in terms of taking care of other insects. And there are lots and lots of species of them. But this is a very large one. It seems to be looking for something among the aphids. It is obviously too big to develop inside of an aphid, so it's looking for something else. Here it is, again, among an aphid colonies. It turns out it's a type of ichneumoniid wasp, which is a parasitic wasp that parasitizes syrphid larvae. And here it is among the aphids, searching, where is that syrphid? I know that aphids are a good place to find syrphid larvae. I don't see one here, and you're not going to see it finding one, but this is its strategy, is to go among aphids and look for its prey. The aphids are kind of kicking their butts up a little bit, but don't seem particularly alarmed by this. Maybe they know this guy is not gunning for them. May has been posting more pictures from the garden this year, and she's got a lot of these guys now. So this wasp is making a lot of visits to the garden looking for syrphid larvae now. Oops. Well, that basically brings us to the end. What did I want to tell? Oops, I'm sorry, I got myself a little discombobulated here. Oh yeah, so I know I had a note about this. This picture was taken in June of last year. So this is sort of after the aphids have done their main thing. This is a milkweed plant that is blooming profusely, very happy. It's gotten over its aphid problems. The aphids are mostly gone. Most of the predators are also gone. So you've seen sort of condensed over a few years of her taking pictures, sort of the season of what has happened through the milkweeds. And they have almost none the worse for wear. Aphids do cause problems sometimes, especially agriculturally, but in many cases, they basically don't do a whole lot of damage. This year, with the arrival of more narrow-leaf milkweed, which has emerged again, the aphids are back. This picture was taken in early May of this year, and the whole process has started over again. And this is an interesting picture because we see adults and very young larvae, so not so much a mix of different ages, but that will be coming a little later. Here's the picture I showed you before, but I just want to show you that I added a couple of other insects. So the parasite of the syrphid, the parasite of the lady beetle, and again, still just the tip of the iceberg in terms of what's going on there. I just would like to emphasize again that maybe we shouldn't be thinking about good bugs and bad bugs, because maybe you're thinking, oh, that's a bad bug because it eats the syrphid, which I want to eat the aphid. But maybe think more about this as a whole complex of fascinating interactions, and all of them important. So again, take-home message. If you want natural control of aphids and of other insects in your garden, here are some do's and don'ts. So think about trying to tolerate some of what you consider pest insects, because they do support a whole variety of other things. I'm sure this is preaching to the choir, but don't use pesticides, especially they're especially dangerous for many kinds of natural enemies, which are very sensitive to them. And maybe most importantly, enjoy the natural processes that come along with planting native plants, because they support a huge variety of insects, all of them kind of doing stuff together. And it's just fascinating to watch. And I don't think, eventually the monarchs will be back. We'll leave the last word to Lao Tzu. And this is something that May put up, so I decided I should share it at the end. But basically, yeah, that's it.
All right, Klisha.
I'll stop sharing.
Yes, if you stop sharing, and then I think I will talk with you for just a moment, and I'm going to say, thank you so much. That was terrific. I really enjoyed it.
Good.
I, like most of you, when I saw aphids on my milkweed some years ago, I was horrified, and I would try to hose them off or get soapy water or take a paper towel and close my eyes and run it up and down the stem. But then a couple of my garden tour hosts told me that she grew milkweed because it attracted the aphids, which brought in insects and brought in birds. And another one told me she grew sacrificial milkweed, meaning she just grew enough of it that she just didn't really care what happened. And then I realized with my own milkweed that I should just leave it alone. And when I did, the ladybugs came in. I remember one day going out to the garden and seeing 9 ladybugs at a glance on the milkweed. And my husband said they were hoovering, like a Hoover vacuum. They were hoovering up and down the stem, and you could see where they had been. There were these like trails where there were no aphids. And I realized after that I should really just leave them alone. And ever since then, I don't do anything in my yard. Whatever happens in my yard happens in my yard. And we haven't used pesticides for 30 years, which has been, wonderful for us and our family. I'm going to say, Klisha, thank you so much for giving this presentation. And if you see May before I do, I'm sure you will you thank her also for preparing it? And I'm going to go now. And Klisha, would you stay and answer questions on Zoom?
If I can figure out how to do that, I will. I just go to the chat.
Yeah, you just go to chat and click on it. A little box will pop up, and you go down to the very bottom, and you'll be able to type, and you can scroll up and down and see questions that came in before. And I'm going to leave the chat line running for a few minutes after I've officially ended the tour, so you can chat away if you like. So Klisha, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Kathy.
All right, so to close out the tour now, the East Bay Green Home Tour is June 6 and 13. You can register for it at eastbaygreenhome.com. My own garden will kick the tour, my own home will kick the tour off on June 6th at 10 a.m. I'd like to thank again the major sponsors of this year's tour, the Alameda County Flood Control and Water Conservation District, the Contra Costa Clean Water Program, and the Contra Costa Water District, all of which have funded the tour since it began in 2005. I'd also like to thank our community sponsors for continuing to fund the tour. The tour couldn't be run without their help. I'd like to thank my husband, Mike May, for helping with the technical aspects of the tour. I could not hold this event without him. I'd like to thank Stephanie Proigel, who helped with the planning and coordination of the tour, kept an eye on the details, oversaw coordination with the garden ambassadors, and cheered me up and on. It's been a pleasure, Stephanie, working with you on this event. I'd like to thank our Zoom Czarina, Jessica Dickinson Goodman, who handled the live technical aspects of the tour so calmly and expertly. Jessica, you were a marvel. Finally, thank yous are due to the garden ambassadors who staffed the Zoom and YouTube channels. I'd like to thank particularly Robin Mitchell, who was answering questions every hour of this 4-day-long event, and Hope Salzer, who jumped in today to help us as a garden ambassador, and also Jana Choi, Martha Griswold, Sungdong Kwang, and Joel Lim, who also helped answer your questions. It has been a pleasure coordinating this virtual tour for you. I hope it has inspired you to begin incorporating native plants into your own gardens or to incorporate more if you already have natives in your garden. I hope you'll email me and let me know what changes you'll be making in your garden. I'd love to hear from you. If you live in Alameda or Contra Costa counties, I hope to have your own gardens on the tour one day. If you live in Santa Clara or San Mateo counties, you have your own Going Native Garden tour, and you could offer your garden for their tour. I will leave the chat stream running for the next few minutes so you can continue chatting if you like, but I will now say goodbye and thank you very much for watching us.